Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. National Ocean. I have Taobao from all walks of life. Chapter 61. Tsuchimikado Ogu now wants to curse. But I dare not speak out when I am angry. The fifth-level fishman looked at him eagerly and urged him to hand over the transaction money. This directly emptied his last seed. 41,500 gold coins, all given to the fishman. The earth-warming evil tiger cursed in his heart. Wang Yi will definitely be killed later. In the future, after improving my strength, I will come back and massacre the fishman's town. From now on, we will definitely hang all these fishmen. Make murlocs. Cursing in his heart, he could only hand over all the money humbly. Everyone at the auction laughed. This Wang Yi is so insidious that he suddenly increased the money at the last minute. But he had no money, so he falsely reported the price. But the fishman didn't care. Unexpectedly, these murlocs looked innocent, but were actually shady businessmen. Regarding Wang Yi's price increase, Yuren secretly gave a thumbs up and praised his cooperation. And Wang Yi doesn't need that sword either. At present, he is all magic and does not need to use sword energy at all, and it is useless to buy it. If you give that sword to the Onmyoji, they won't be able to use it, so they can only resell it. Just when everyone thought the auction was over. Ouch! The fishman shouted excitedly from above. What happened? On the big screen, several languages appeared. The transaction volume of this auction has reached 100,000, and now a special product is added. There are also products. I saw the fishman holding up a design drawing. Harpoon cannon design drawing epic level. Harpoon cannons can be produced. According to the Murloc epic records, the ancestors of the Murlocs in ancient times used harpoon cannons to hunt flying dragons. As long as the material used is strong enough, it can even be called a dragon hunting cannon. Good guy. Press the bottom of the box, right. The auction amount of 100,000 triggered the hidden product. Unexpectedly, in the end, Wang Yi made a fool of himself and cheated others. He knew very well whether other people at the scene had money. Wang Yi directly raised his sign, 3,000 won gold coins. No one bid on the spot. Everyone is out of money. They have really been squeezed out by the auction until there is not a drop left, and they don't have a penny left. Unexpectedly, in the end, Wang Yi picked it up at a low price and got an epic design. Tsuchimayuman Ogu was so angry that he vomited blood. He suddenly had an idea and wanted to learn Wang Yi's method. He raised his hand. I will pay 5,000. Although he has no money, he can learn from Wang Yi by falsely reporting the price and making excuses. It's just that Tsuchimikado Okihu may not know that the same conspiracy is useless after being used twice. What's more, the trick he used was also used by Wang Yi. Just when everyone looked excited and watched how Wang Yi responded, Wang Yi raised his hand. Brother Yuman, I want to report. Tuyuman Ogu doesn't have 5,000 gold coins at all. I hope you can search him. Wang Yi spoke in Yuren language, and no one knew what he was talking about. The fishmen looked at each other, and since Wang Yi understood the fishman language, they had no choice but to take action. Ouch! The harpoon pointed at Tsuchimikado Ogu, and no one knew what happened. How? Another line of words appeared on the big screen. Wang Yi reported that you don't have 5,000 gold coins at all, please let us check. Relying on his ability to speak Yuren language, Wang Yi was stunned to report him on the spot and kill him directly. Tsuchimikado Ogu's mentality exploded and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. Who knew that the fishman would use the screen to send words again? You don't have 5,000 gold coins. If you are caught falsely reporting the price, you need to pay 10% of the payment, 500 gold coins. Why? Just now Wang Yi also falsely reported the price, why don't you arrest him? A group of Onmyojis pointed at Wang Yi angrily, why are the fishmen so unfair? Because no one reported him just now, and he did not hinder the auction. You can report him directly next time, and we will catch him too. Tsuchimikado Ogu was so angry that he could no longer hold back any longer. It's not fair, and we have no money. Since you have no money, just use your belongings as collateral. When you have money to pay the fine, you can come back and get it. That lion sword is mortgaged to us. Just confiscate the lion sword they just bought for a high price of 42,000 and use it as a mortgage. Ogu scored twice and spurted blood. He fainted on the spot and fell unconscious. Seeing the eldest brother fainting, all the onmyojis rushed forward to support him. A group of onmyoji pointed at Wang Yi. "You. That's so mean. I didn't expect Wang Yi to be able to play like this." He was not caught for falsely reporting the price, but instead reported Tsuchimikado Ogu for falsely reporting the price, causing his items to be confiscated. All the drifters at the auction site were sighing. This Wang Yi is so good at playing and so scheming. This routine is one after another. Wang Yi spent a small amount of money, 3,000 gold coins, and happily obtained this epic design drawing, and put it into the space ring with a smile. However, the onmyojis will never give up. He left the auction, and a group of onmyojis were chasing him. "Are you planning to attack Wang Yi directly after leaving Fishman Island?" Firefighter Chen Yizhou couldn't help but remind him. "Brother, you've been targeted by those onmyojis, why don't you stay on the island to avoid the limelight?" Looking at the onmyojis who were following behind them, Wang Yi asked with a smile, "Do you think there is a possibility that I strike first?" Wang Yi is not surprised by the sudden appearance of Tuyuman. First, there are billions of people on Earth. Some old people, young women, and children might have died on the first day of the catastrophe, but at least half of them would have survived. Wang Yi also asked Chen Yizhou about him. The guild system is very powerful and can stipulate that everyone needs to pay soul power to the top of the guild every day. Yes, soul power can be handed over. Wang Yi has used it before. After the elf girls become his followers, they will share their soul power with him when they kill monsters. Wang Yi already understood it clearly before this. Soul power can be shared, soul power can be shared, soul power can be shared. The younger brother fights monsters and distributes part of his soul power to the senior leaders of the guild. This is not difficult to understand. In the words of online games, experience sharing means handing over part of the experience to the guild. The most simple and straightforward, the guild system is equivalent to you working for the boss. Your monthly salary of 3,000 makes you laugh, but the boss has thousands of workers under him. If you work harder, the boss can buy a big villa this year, drive a Lamborghini, and keep a few secrets. As a lone wolf drifter who doesn't belong to any guild, naturally, he doesn't level up as fast as those who rely on their younger brothers to defeat monsters. If Wang Yi guessed correctly, there are even drifters who have accumulated nearly 1 million in marriage power and are about to reach the 5th level. The ocean system encourages castaways to form guilds and build pyramidal hierarchies. The president grows at the top and is exploited layer by layer. The person who is the president will enjoy the share of soul power from all members. The leader of a small guild with thousands of people can share tens of thousands of soul power without doing anything in a day. But Wang Yi knows that he doesn't like to be bound by a guild or join any organization. A person drifting to survive is destined to have a harder time than a group of people staying together for warmth. But he just likes this kind of free drifting life without being bound by anyone. Wang Yi can't join a guild and become someone else's high-level wage earner. Look back to the sea. Since he had offended Tsuchimikado, he would naturally not wait for someone to come to him. Return to your ship quickly. There is a Murloc harpoon cannon on the island, and the Murlocs stipulate that no fights can occur nearby. But if they are far away, they don't care. Back on the boat, Wang Yi took out the fishing net accessories he just bought. Equipment: Turtle boat equipment, fishing net accessories. Fishing net, legendary. Level 4. It is an extremely rare fishing net with automatic catching ability. It can sense the life in the seabed and automatically surround it. Legend has it that the ancestors of the fishmen in ancient times even launched this kind of net to catch flying dragons. But now we can no longer find higher grade filament materials to upgrade the net. Currently, it can only capture 4th level creatures. Aiming at the dozens of ships flying the Tsuchimikado flag, Wang Yi pressed launch. Boom! The fishing net spread out in the air like a goddess scattering flowers, automatically binding the dozens of boats. I have to say, this thing is too special. Automatic capture, automatic surround. After tying up all Tsuchimikado's boats, Wang Yi pressed the button to accelerate. The 4 thrusters began to spray flames and moved forward at full speed. More than 20 iron ships collided with each other, and the people on board were dragged out of the harbor without any defense. Island. Tsuchimikado Oihu, who had just regained consciousness, was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. What sound? Lord Tsuchimikado. Our ship was towed away by Wang Yi. What? Tsuchimikado Ogu's eyes widened and he hurriedly ran all the way through the woods to the beach. He saw dozens of his ships being dragged along by Wang Yi, crashing into each other, and being severely deformed and twisted. The Onmyoji who were defending on the ship were knocked around and unable to fight back. Thousands of Onmyojis on these more than 30 ships were dragged until they were unable to resist. Ogu clenched his fists. Before we could go up to trouble him, he actually destroyed my fleet. Dozens of boats collided with each other under the drag of fishing nets, some leaked water, and some turned sideways. Those dozens of ships, but hundreds of thousands of tons of steel are squeezed together. How terrifying is the power! The oozing sound made when the steel rubbed against each other made goosebumps appear all over the body. Wang Yi, who was standing on the boat, grinned, "Take it." Through his thoughts, he directly let the fishing net loosen, leaving a mess behind him. Watching Wang Yi go away, Oihu felt so regretful that his intestines turned green. Why don't we bring more money? That fishing net is no ordinary fishing net, it is a special accessory for the boat. Once it has anything to do with ship accessories, they are all at the level of small artifacts. When Ogu was exploring the island, he also found some gadgets. For example, the collision accessory can easily tear other people's iron ships in half. He did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy fishing net accessories because he knew that anything related to boat accessories must be obtained regardless of the cost. Use the tool table immediately to repair our damaged ship. Notify the Tsuchimikado family's ship on the Tempest Ocean that Wang Yi is seen attacking directly. As soon as Tsuchimikado Ogu gave this order, Wang Yi's turtle ship in the distance suddenly disappeared out of thin air. What? He stared dumbfounded at the disappearing turtle ship. This Wang Yi has other ship accessories. It can become invisible. Once the ship becomes invisible, trying to find him in this vast sea is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Turn on Ghost Ship Stealth Mode. I have to say that this accessory is really delicious and you can use it to avoid being hunted by others. As long as he doesn't take the initiative and avoid nearby ships, basically no one can find him. You have to get close to a ship within 1 kilometer to discover the existence of a turtle ship. In addition, 4 second-hand propellers for small spaceships can also allow him to move faster than others. At present, other drifters are using Sail Plus Magic Power. Harness the power of the wind and magical accessories to drive your massive ship. Quite a few capable drifters have upgraded their ships to iron ships. And they were no longer drifting alone. Many castaways who joined the group choose to turn in their boats. These hulls turned into materials and were integrated into the big ship. The professions that the drifters did not have also began to differentiate. There are those who manage logistics and are responsible for salvaging treasure chests and materials at sea. There are people who specialize in fighting, responsible for catching sea beasts to obtain meat and soul power. The top management of the group is responsible for coordinating and distributing these soul powers. In less than 4 days, from the initial chaos and disorder, humans have begun to form highly autonomous sea drifting groups. Wang Yi stood at the stern of the boat, looking at the Fishman Island that was gradually disappearing. He realized that from now on, he would no longer face drifters fighting alone, or small groups of hundreds or thousands of people. Instead, formalized groups began to appear. The most urgent thing is to become stronger. This trip to Fishman Island also yielded a lot. Especially there is an additional design drawing, Harpoon Cannon. Harpoon Cannon. Cannon body material. Wood or iron can be used. Crossbow string material. Animal tendon or nylon wire can be used. Harpoon material. Any metal material is acceptable. Power. Judging from the materials used, the better the material, the higher the lethality. Material. Metallic material. He can buy nylon yarn and other things on Wanji Taobao. Metallic material. Wang Yi suddenly had a bold idea. Did he use special steel? If special steel is used to make a harpoon for hunting sea monsters, will it be a defense that can kill level 5 sea monsters? A sudden thought made Wang Yi realize a shortcut to refresh his soul. Warm-hearted little seller. Coco, I need 100 tons of special steel. Coco. Okay. Heartwarming little seller. By the way, do you sell nylon yarn or the like? Coco. I'm not selling this, but there are a lot of them on Taobao, and they're very cheap. Heartwarming little seller. Okay, I'll go to another store to buy some. Coco. Hey, hasn't the little seller built a boat recently? I have now started mining and making special steel. Seeing the screen, Wang Yi suddenly became curious. There are so many mines in this mining star, how can Coco be short of money? Heartwarming little seller. Let me ask you something, Coco. Coco. How to say? Heartwarming little seller. Look at those Terra groups that have monopolized a large area. They should be able to dig out a lot of gold mines, right? Coco. Gold mine. Those things must have been dug up tens of thousands of years ago. Was the excavation completed tens of thousands of years ago? Heartwarming little seller. How do you say it? Coco. Ever since I can remember, I've known about Taobao from all realms. A long time ago, gold was not valuable. Everyone dug hard on every planet and took it to other worlds to exchange for things. Tens of thousands of years passed, and the gold became less and less. The galaxy was hollowed out. Heartwarming little seller. The universe is so big, how come there is a lot of gold? Coco. Of course there is a lot of gold. But those resources are in the hands of the interstellar empire. Even a behemoth like the Terra Group is just a dog of the empire, and the gold they mine must be handed over to the empire. Coco. On a star like mine, there is no gold. There are only some common metal mines left. After listening to Coco's explanation, I understood. There are too many worlds in Taobao from all over the world. Even if there are vast stars, even if there is gold all over the world, it cannot stop it from flowing to other worlds. In addition, in Coco, the interstellar empire controls gold, and even industrial monsters like the Terra Group can only work for the empire honestly. Resources are always in the hands of a few people. Purchase 100 tons of special steel, pay 100 gold coins. Balance: 8,025 gold coins and 29 silver coins. The special steel is done, and the next step is nylon wire. Searched a bit. You don't need any nylon wire at all, just search ballista bowstring and you will get the finished product for sale directly. Special string for high elastic crossbows, price, 1 piece 50 silver. Purchase. It's not expensive and you can buy it casually. Buy 50 sticks in one go. Take the design drawing and place it in front of the tool table. Then place the materials next to the tool table. A virtual screen appears. Materials for making harpoon guns detected. 1 ton of special steel, high elastic string X1 harpoon gun synthesized successfully. A 3-meter-long harpoon cannon appeared in front of Wang Yi out of thin air. Materials required for harpoon. 1 ton of special steel can produce 2 harpoons. Manufacturing completed. You have obtained the 5th level harpoon bomb. Level 5 harpoon bullets can penetrate the armor and magic shields of monsters of level 5 and below. Grass. As he imagined, special steel could be used to create a harpoon crossbow arrow that could penetrate 5th level defenses. If you cooperate with the automatic capture of the 4th level fishing net and use the harpoon, wouldn't it mean that the 5th level giant octopus will die if caught? Use this thing to hunt down 5th level sea beasts and take off directly. However, by chance, someone shouted in the chat channel. Chen Yizhou, there is a 5th order serpent in the ocean of storms. Who will crack this island? The 5th level snake. Wang Yi was like a shark that smelled the fishy smell and immediately came to his senses. Now that the harpoon cannon is manufactured, level 5 harpoons can also be produced. The only drawback is that the harpoon cannon does not automatically track, so it cannot hit people. As long as one is more flexible, 3rd level and 4th level drifters can avoid it. But the harpoon cannon is perfectly adequate for attacking large sea beasts. He picked up his phone and took a look at Chen Yizhou's friend location. Have to say, Chen Yizhou, the fireman, really always has the friend positioning system on. Even if he is dozens or hundreds of kilometers away, Wang Yi can see the distance and direction of the fireman through sea guidance. Friend, Chen Yizhou, southeast direction, distance, 21 nautical miles. His eyes turn to an island. There are riddle hints written in various languages floating on the island. Sacrifice. Sacrifice Island. Firefighter Chen Yizhou stood on the boat and observed the big snake on the island. The big snake spits out snake seeds, and the island is surrounded by bones. What does sacrifice mean? There were more and more onlookers, and everyone was attracted to the fifth-order snake on the island. Sacrifice. What needs to be sacrificed? The big snake is on the island and does not attack nearby ships. However, no one dared to step forward. After all, the big snake is curled up there, just like a building, and it is huge. On the other side, Park Jae-hee of the White Tigers also appeared nearby. There is also Su Ling from the Black Dragon Society and other groups that have never been seen before. Chen Yizhou couldn't help but sigh. Those small organizations are constantly being annexed, and more large organizations are beginning to appear. Brother Chen, we need to recruit more people. And you should stipulate that every member of the Happy Community Committee must submit 200 soul power to the organization every day. Your combat effectiveness will definitely reach the ranks of first-class strong men. This. Chen Yizhou hesitated. He has about 1,000 people capable of fighting. Each person provides him with 200 soul power every day, which is hundreds of thousands of combat power. But the original intention of establishing this organization was to save ourselves. What he wants is for everyone to be equal, not to become one of those exploitative groups. As far as he knows, some groups, such as the White Tiger Group, have begun to implement a blood-sucking system. The bottom members of the White Tiger Regiment need to submit 200 soul power to the squad leader every day. The squad leader keeps 20 and gives 180 soul power to the squadron leader. The squadron leader keeps 30 soul power and gives 150 soul power to the squadron leader. The captain swallowed the remaining 50 soul power and gave 100 soul power to Park Jae-hee. They are wildly hunting mutant sharks outside. Because mutant sharks are easier to kill. Relying on the soul power handed over by the people under his command, Park Jae-hee's strength is also increasing rapidly. Basically, many groups have begun to implement the soul power distribution system. The strong become stronger and the weak become weaker. These people who formed a group were quickly becoming stronger and enjoying the benefits brought to them by the bottom castaways. I have to sigh. Even if the world suffered a catastrophe, the entire human society collapsed rapidly. But in just a few days a new order was established. Everyone had to join a group to get shelter. But while gaining asylum, he also became a wage earner in the Ocean Age. Unless you get the treasure chest, you can open your own business only if you find the treasure. Chen Yizhou in front of him was considering whether to implement this distribution system. The younger brother in front of me started to encourage him. Brother Chen, if you don't get stronger, no one will protect us. Yes, we are all willing to hand over part of our soul power. As long as your fighting power improves, Brother Chen, we will be tough in our words. After hearing what his subordinates said, Fireman Chen Yizhou thought about it and felt that it seemed to make sense. In such troubled times, someone really needs to take responsibility. Vote in the group. Happy Community Committee Chat Group. Chen Yizhou, President. Everyone. The Vice President proposes that each person turn in 200 soul power every day. Do you have any objections? Start voting in the group, and if more than 80% of people agree, we will start implementing it. Lin Yufei, Vice President. Everyone. You have also seen the world today. If we do not cultivate a strong person, we will not be able to compete with others. In the end, we may fall into the fate of being annexed by others. Zhou Yutian, Logistics Minister. Today I saw several small groups being annexed and incorporated one after another. They were all conquered by force. Everyone knows the current world, right? Chairman Chen Yizhou initiated a vote, turn in 200 soul power every day and more than 80% will pass the resolution. Voting begins. Agree, 97%. Opposition, 1%. Abstention, 2%. After this resolution is passed, the system will withdraw 200 combat power from all members every day and provide it to Chairman Chen Yizhou for distribution. 90% of people who saw it agreed. 200 combat power is not too heavy for most people. It's equivalent to killing one mutated shark a day, and this combat power can still increase. When Chen Yizhou and the others voted, a large amount of soul power began to flow into the president, Chen Yizhou, waiting for his distribution. Chen Yizhou, who had gained a huge amount of soul power, began to look towards Snake Island. Others are also watching with eager eyes. What will that 5th-level snake on the island bring to everyone? Sacrifice is written on Orochi Island. What to sacrifice? Just when everyone is ready to figure it all out, the Tsuchimikado family's ship appeared on the scene. Just when everyone was still in a relaxed state as usual, thinking that there was an extra onlooker. Boom! The Tsuchimikado family's boat suddenly crashed into Chen Yizhou and the others. A ship under his hand was suddenly hit in half. The enemy's ship was like a sharp knife, easily cutting through his ship. The iron ship was easily cut open by the opponent. Chen Yizhou's eyes widened as he watched Wang Clan's boat capsize the boats of several major forces on the scene. Don't follow the rules at all and just attack them. They are equipped with collision horns. Quick, get everyone moving and fight back. Tuyuman did not distinguish between forces at all, and directly rammed and sunk the ships of Chen Yizhou and the others, as well as the Black Dragon Society and the White Tiger Group. Tsuchimikado dispatched 58 iron ships, 10 of which were equipped with rams. Hit corners and cut iron like mud, take advantage of the large tonnage and fight directly. The steel giant on the sea collided, and the thick hull was cut open by the collision angle like a cake. 10 ships were hit and sunk on the spot. On the boat, the Onmyojis raised their hands and summoned the Shikigami. All kinds of weird Japanese Shikigami rushed towards me. Some flew into the sky, and some jumped over from the opposite ship. Park Jae-hee of the White Tigers yelled, "The people of the Yan Kingdom offended you, why did you even beat us up?" Woohoo sneered, "Is there any difference? I am very unhappy today, and Wang Yi doesn't know where to run. Just in time, I will sacrifice you to the snake." Tsuchimikado Okatora pointed at the big snake on the island. "As long as we kill enough people, we will definitely be able to solve the mystery of this island." Sacrifice. The puzzle of this island is sacrifice. Tsuchimikado Okihu speculated that he must have sacrificed a living person to the snake. He happened to be full of anger, so he used these people from the Yan and Han countries to operate and kill them together. Brother Chen, these Onmyojis are too strong, and the Shikigami they summon are all at level 4. God Formula. Level 4. Average combat strength. 150,000 approximately 300,000. The people in Chen Yizhou's hands were of varying strengths. Some are 3rd level, and some are only 2nd level. Facing Tsuchimikado's powerful Shikigami, it is simply difficult to resist. He clenched his fists. "I want to distribute all the collected soul power to myself." Suddenly, everyone looked at Chen Yizhou. How does this fireman, who has always been responsible, want to monopolize this soul power and then run away? I saw Chen Yizhou take a deep breath. "I will absorb all the more than 800,000 soul power provided to me by more than 4,000 members. I will come to the rear, you go." Chen Yizhou raised his hand and took out a soul power ball. Crush it hard. Snapped. A large amount of soul power poured into Chen Yizhou's body. His combat power soared directly from 80,000 to 920,000. Jumped directly from the 3rd level to the peak of the 4th level. This huge amount of power poured into the body in a short period of time, but it actually had no negative effects. Chen Yizhou, whose combat power instantly surged to 920,000, had fire in his eyes. You go. These soul powers were handed over by the members, and he took all the responsibilities on his shoulders. The fireman slowly raised his axe, and with a roar, all the Shikigami flying in the sky were knocked to the ground. Savage roar. A sound wave rushed around. The fireman, who gained a lot of combat power, kept swinging his axe to cover the escape of other members of the Xingfu Community Committee. Looking at his back fighting alone, many people clenched their fists and cried secretly. In sharp contrast to Chen Yizhou, Park Jae-hee kept shouting, "Hurry up and hold on, rush forward." As the leader of the White Tiger Regiment, he chose to run away alone with a few beauties, leaving his men to push forward. After all, not everyone is as persistent, resigned and responsible as Chen Yizhou. Tsuchimikado Ogu, on the other hand, didn't take these people too seriously. He looked at the big snake on the island and showed a satisfied expression. The sea water pushed the body to the beach, and the snake began to eat the body. Really, killing is all about solving puzzles. The sacrifice is to send other castaways to feed the snake. Just when the puzzle is about to be solved, a turtle ship suddenly appeared a kilometer away. A big net shot out and entangled the big snake. Before the big snake could react, the big net dragged the big snake away and into the sea. Tu Yuman's eyes widened. Wang Yi. The big snake was snatched away directly, but Tsuchimikado Ogu soon began to laugh. Wang Yi, that idiot. The fishing net can only catch 4th level prey, but the big snake is 5th level. I saw the big snake that had been pulled into the sea and was beginning to struggle desperately. It opened its bloody mouth and bit through the 4th level fishing net. Wang Yi doesn't feel bad either. This fishing net can be repaired and the problem is not serious. The purpose of tying up the big snake with a fishing net is very simple. On one side of the ship, he installed 25 harpoon cannons. Big snake. Level 5. Combat strength 3 million. Who gave Wang Yi the courage? It is the turtle ship made of special steel under the feet that can withstand the attack of the big snake. If the capture fails, he can hide in the boat. Fire. Pull the big snake in front of you and launch the harpoon before it bites through the fishing net. 25 elf girls pulled the trigger. 25 thick harpoons cut through the air and penetrated into the snake's hard scales. At that moment, blood splashed and stained the surrounding seawater red. Success? ? Look at the big snake with 25 harpoons stuck in its body, but it hasn't fallen down yet. I didn't expect that the vitality of the 5th level snake is so tenacious. But the big snake himself never expected that its indestructible scales could be penetrated by these little humans. At this moment, Orochi had 10 thoughts in his mind run. It bit a gap in the fishing net and tried its best to drill out, trying to rush into the sea. The other side, Tsuchimikado Ogu was shocked. The harpoon cannon he bought can actually injure a 5th level snake. Seeing that Orochi was weak, Tsuchimikado Ogu roared, "Don't worry about others, grab the Orochi. You must grab it and kill the Orochi." Just when the opponent was about to rush over to grab the big snake also wanted to break free from the fishing net and dive into the sea. Wang Yi picked up the Lengyu Miao knife, took a deep breath and plunged it into the sea water. Frost wave. Direct the power of the tide to make the entire sea water rise 10 meters high. At the same time, a thick layer of ice is formed to resist the approaching ship. +5 Lengyu Miao Dao. The power of the ice system is increased by 300%, and the casting speed is increased by 300%. Wang Yi instantly froze the area hundreds of meters in front of him. But maintaining this ice surface is very difficult. Tsuchimikado Okihu saw the rising ice blocking their way. He raised his eyebrows. Wang Yi, this kid is looking for death. With 150,000 combat power, he actually dares to maintain such a large area of ice. He will run out of magic power in an instant and be drained and cut. Ogu is an onmyoji, and he knows that the cooler the effect, the more terrifying the consumption. His 150,000 combat power can only be maintained for a few seconds, which consumes a huge amount of energy. This made him smile slyly. Wang Yi, this idiot, dares to compete with us on his own. Righto. He took out the magic recovery potion. His right hand kept holding the handle of the knife, and his left hand desperately poured the recovery potion into his mouth. Level 3 recovery potion, drink it and instantly replenish 20,000. But as soon as I drank it, I was exhausted. The supplement of magic power can barely maintain the ice surface on the surface, although the ice surface is slowly melting. Sophia, bang. Sophia on the boat looked at the big snake. Sisters, inject the power of our elves into the harpoon. The 121 elves on the ship desperately poured all their strength into the 25 harpoons. Emission. Just when the big snake broke through the ice and was about to dive into the sea. 25 of them nailed the big snake to the ice. The wound on its body was even torn open with a huge gash. At this time, the big snake split open 7 inches, revealing the beast elixir protected by bones inside. That is the energy core of the serpent. Seeing this, Wang Yi pulled out the Lengyu Miao knife and concentrated all the remaining strength in his body on the knife while drinking the medicine. Throw it hard. Lengyu Miao's knife was equipped with the ice gun skill, and it stabbed into the snake's demonic core. With a roar, the big snake looked up to the sky and roared, spitting out a large amount of blood. Blood rained from the sky and dyed Wang Yi's body red. Storm Ocean Report. The big snake of Snake Island was killed by Wang Yi, who used brute force to solve the mystery of Snake Island. Kneeling on his knees, Wang Yi held up his hands to prevent himself from falling. Exhausted, the 5th level snake is really difficult to kill. The prepared harpoon bombs didn't even kill it. If it weren't for the cooperation of fishing nets and the ice. This big snake is impossible to catch. It can dive into the sea instantly. The ice in front of him was broken. The evil tiger of Tuyumen roared, Wang Yi, die. While his illness could kill him, Wang Yi is so weak now, it's the time for him to kill with one strike. The elf girl had no time to save her, so she exclaimed, employer. Puff. Blood dripped down and saliva covered his face. Tsuchimikado Ogu lowered his head and looked at his heart. How is it possible? A Lengyu Miao knife penetrated his heart. When he was about to attack Wang Yi, the Lengyu Miao knife that Wang Yi threw flew back. The unsuspecting Oihu was given a chilling blow from behind. Standing up from the ground, Wang Yi grinned. Don't you know that after I killed the big snake, my strength directly broke through to the 5th level? Kill the 5th level serpent and gain 1/3 of your soul power. Combat power increased by 1 million. Combat strength 1.153 million. The sudden influx of a large amount of soul power allowed Wang Yi to enjoy the pleasure of killing large monsters. As long as you find the right opportunity, you can jump up the level in a short time. The ocean system was completely different from what he had come across before reading novels. Others rely on cultivation and become stronger bit by bit. The ocean system has no rules at all. As long as you use the right method, your strength will soar. Wang Yi raised his hand and recalled his Lengyu Miao knife with water guidance. Tsuchimikado Ogu, who was stabbed in the heart, fell on the ice. Li Hao. Taking a long breath, Wang Yi was ready to check the reward. Killing the big snake will definitely reward you with treasures. Moreover, it is a puzzle island. If you solve the puzzle island violently, you will also get rewards. Just when Wang Yi was about to leave, the Tsuchimikado evil tiger suddenly roared, Evil God. I, the Tsuchimikado evil tiger, sacrifice my life and ask you to possess me. The still alive Tsuchimikado evil tiger suddenly turned into a corpse, with evil horns growing out of his head, and the muscles all over his body exploded. Look at his soaring combat power. 800,000, 900,000, 1 million. At this time, Wang Yi silently took a deep breath. The head. He raised the knife and lowered it, and a streak of ice knife air passed across Yunhu's neck. The head falls to the ground, indicating a kill. Transform in front of him. Watched too many movies. You thought no one would interrupt you when you transform in anime. Seeing that the evil tiger is about to transform, Wang Yi will naturally not wait for him to be possessed by the evil spirit before fighting him. The people watching around were stunned. So decisive. Wang Yi was just stunned for a second, barely letting Oihu transform. In fact, the evil god possession by the evil tiger is achieved by consuming its own lifespan. The fastest is only 3 seconds. The evil tiger was stabbed in the heart, and he wanted to rely on the evil god to repair his broken heart. As long as 3 seconds passed, his request to God was successful. He met Wang Yi. He was not given 3 seconds to transform and was killed on the spot. Blood splattered on the ice, and the evil tiger was really dead this time. Fortunately, Wang Yi did not relax. At this moment, Wang Yi saw the space ring in Ogu's hand. He takes it directly. Small space ring, ownerless. The evil tiger is dead and naturally has no owner. Taking a long breath, Wang Yi looked at the snake's body. Everything is stored in the space ring. He raised his hand and packed up the 150 corpses of the big snake and took them away. You killed the big snake and received 500,000 soul power. Distribution can only be distributed to teammates and followers. He took 1 million, and according to the traditional practice of killing the boss, he still had 1/6 of his soul power to share with his teammates. Looking at the 500,000, Wang Yi hesitated. According to the contract, the elf girl will leave after the contract expires. If the 500,000 were to train his followers, he would be willing to do so. But the elf girl, if he really gave her the 500,000 soul power and she left when it expired, wouldn't all his hard work be wasted? Let's not use the 500,000 soul power for the time being. Keep it in your own hands first. Wait for an opportunity to have a good talk with Sophia and find a way to keep this chick here. Well, how to make her stay? When they returned to the ship, the Onmyoji outside had collapsed. The loss of Tsuchimikado Oahu, coupled with Wang Yi's powerful blow BGED, made the other drifters rise up to resist. Chen Yizhou took the lead, and when the people from the Black Dragon Society saw this, they also pushed back. Take down 3 Tsuchimikado ships in one go. The harpoon cannon on Wang Yi's ship was beginning to be aimed at their ship. All of a sudden, these Onmyoji began to realize that something was wrong. The harpoon cannon can easily tear a big hole in their iron ship, which is not fun. Everything was over, and the scattered Onmyojis fled in all directions. Back on the ship, Wang Yi checked the rewards just given on the island. Spirit Snake Lingia +5 Epic Level. Defense Effect. Immune to 4th level physical and most magical attacks, not immune to abnormal conditions, such as poisoning, freezing, etc. Can be changed with strengthening. Increase movement speed by 300%, increase underwater swimming speed by 300%, and increase underwater breathing by 300%. Breathe underwater. Seeing this, Wang Yi suddenly realized a problem. Is there a possibility? Are there treasures hidden under the sea? The attribute of underwater breathing, is it implying something? But now that there are people all around here, it is inconvenient for him to go into the water to explore. And this time I also harvested a beast elixir, which can also be used to strengthen epic and legendary equipment. 5th level beast elixir. Legendary and epic equipment can be enhanced to +5. Wang Yi took another look at the armor. He concluded that the attribute of underwater breathing must be a hint. It implies that the big snake has treasure under the water. First, he drove his ship far away, and Wang Yi found a place to turn on his stealth. After settling all this, he turned his attention to the elf girl. The elf girl can be said to be loyal at present. But after all, she just signed a mercenary agreement with herself. In 26 days, she will return to her own world. What did this girl say? Diligent. She cooks barbecue, fishes for ingredients and mineral water bottles from the sea, and she does it too. Wang Yi is like a hands-off shopkeeper who sits looking at Taobao on his mobile phone all day long. Whenever something happens, all the elf girls are watching the ship. It would be inappropriate to let such a diligent and sensible girl go. Suddenly, Wang Yi had a bold idea. He coughed dryly. Sophia, we have known each other for a few days. The elf girl suddenly became energetic. Employer. It's almost past 0 o'clock, we have known each other for almost 4 days. Oh, then there are still 26 days left in our agreement. The expression on the face of the elf girl who was originally smiling suddenly froze. When the time comes, she will leave. Thinking of this, the elf girl's smile became stiff. Oh, employer, why did you suddenly mention this matter? Wang Yi opened the mineral water bottle and replenished the water, looking nonchalant. Well, if you stay, you will also see that my world is getting more and more dangerous. I am now at the early stage of 5th level, and I will go to more dangerous places next. He pretended to sigh. Hey, the next journey is too dangerous for you. Let's terminate the mercenary agreement. You can go back. With that said, Wang Yi put another 100 gold coins on the table. I have worked hard for you these days. This is my thank you fee. At first, if it weren't for this elf girl, it would be really difficult for him, Wang Yi, to survive. I saw the money on the table in Wang Yi's words. The elf girl's eyes were moist, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Is the employer trying to kick her out? She felt a little sad for no reason. Although she came here for training, she still had some time living on this ship with Wang Yi. She was a little uncomfortable with being asked to leave suddenly. No. The elf girl clenched her fists and bit her thin lips. My contract hasn't come yet, so I can't leave. Besides, it's so dangerous here. What will you do without me watching the ship for you? Wang Yi in front of me was thoughtful. Indeed, without you, it would be quite difficult for me to guard this ship alone. Yes, yes, the elf girl was secretly excited. Sure enough, her employer still needed her help. So, the Lord also has to rely on her. When she thought of this, Sophia felt a little excited. But the next moment Wang Yi changed the topic. But after the agreement is reached, you will leave. I'd better find a partner again. Sister Su Ling from the Black Dragon Society seems to like me very much, so why don't I marry her? Marry. The elf girl's eyes suddenly widened and she was anxious. She took Wang Yi's hand. No. The contract can be renewed and I can stay here. That woman just covets your strength. She is not the one who likes you. After saying this, the elf girl was also confused. She didn't know why she was anxious. But she really wanted to stay. Because there are many reasons. The elf flower in the village was slow to sell, so Wang Yi was the first to buy it and gave it good reviews, which was considered an advertisement for them. Afterwards, their purchase of elf flower increased, finally solving the problem of slow sales. For example, when her village was attacked, Wang Yi took in these 120 elf girls. These things always make her feel that Wang Yi is helping her. And through these few days of life, the elf girl discovered something. Wang Yi's world is very dangerous, but his strength increases very quickly. She also wants to stay and experience. She has a reason for wanting to become stronger. Thinking of this, the elf girl blushed and said shamelessly, "Employer, should we sign an agreement?" "Oh, what agreement?" Wang Yi looked over curiously. If the elf girl can stay for 1 or 10 years, Wang Yi is willing to help her become stronger. The so-called love grows over time, right? Let the elf girl stay in a long-term contract for 1 or 10 years, and then slowly tie her in. What if this girl falls in love? At this time, Wang Yi, who was drinking water, heard the elf girl's words. "Shall we sign a 100-year agreement?" Puff. Wang Yi, who was drinking water, squirted out. Centenary agreement. The elf girl thought Wang Yi disliked him for something, so she asked out of curiosity. "Employer, isn't 100 years too short?" "Century." "Oh yes. Sophia is an elf, and they are a race with long lifespans. Some people say that elves can live for thousands of years, while others say that they can live for thousands of years." Wang Yi doesn't know exactly. Maybe there are many types of elves. However, the elf girl seems to have no idea about the concept of 100 years. 100 years. According to this upgrade speed, Wang Yi feels like he has become a god in 100 years. Of course, the premise is to survive to the later stage. The surviving humans on the earth are dying every day. With the continuous survival of the fittest, there will be fewer and fewer people. The terrifying evolution speed is accompanied by the terrifying difficulty. Once you fail to keep up, you will be eliminated instantly. Fortunately, Wang Yi kept a hand. If it doesn't work, move to Kangkang. He coughed dryly. 100 years, are you sure? It's only been 100 years. Oh, I'm sorry, employer. I didn't know that you were a human and had a different concept of time. She had forgotten that human lifespan is short. Only less than 100 years. 100 years is a lifetime for human beings. For elves, they are just adults. A human's life is just the childhood of an elf. Elves who make friends with humans are destined to only gain sorrow. Just like people and pet cats and pet dogs. They can only accompany their owners for more than 10 years, but their owners are pet cats and dogs for their entire lives. But, the elf girl secretly looked at Wang Yi. The speed at which he is growing can completely break through the lifespan limit, right? At his current speed, there is absolutely no reason why he will not live to be 1,000 years old. She felt relieved when she thought that Wang Yi could stay with her for a long time in the future. "Hey, employer, this is my 100-year contract." The elf girl directly raised her hand to call out the contract and slapped it on Wang Yi's desk. He wants to marry that woman from the Black Dragon Society. Impossible, impossible. Sophia didn't know why, but she just didn't like to see Wang Yi with other women. She still doesn't know what jealousy is. The two renewed their contract, which lasted for 100 years. 100 years is enough. It was enough for Wang Yi to safely assign his soul power to her. "You go out." Wang Yi grinned. She planned to give the elf girl a surprise. After renewing the contract with Wang Yi, the elf girl opened the door while humming a tune. Unexpectedly, there was a group of elf girls lying outside the door, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two. The elf girls looked surprised. "Sister Sophia, have you signed a 100-year contract with him?" Well, she felt embarrassed after being discovered. One of the older elf girls couldn't help but ask, "Sophia, don't you fall in love with him?" There is no possibility between humans and elves. One sentence made Sophia blush. Where is it? Don't talk nonsense. But next, all elves heard the sound of the system. Follow Sophia will receive allocated soul power and increase combat power by 500,000. Fan. As soon as I signed the 100-year contract, I received a reward of 500,000 soul power when I walked out. After living here for a few days, they all know that this world is very strange. As long as you make an agreement with Wang Yi, you can share the soul power. They have never seen this kind of world, but who would refuse to become stronger? The elf girl originally only had 140,000 combat power. I got 500,000 in one go. She was overwhelmed by the sudden surprise. 640,000 combat power suddenly surged from the entry level of the 4th level to the mid-level of the 4th level. Can't hide my excitement. It's like you suddenly gave your girlfriend a luxury sports car one day. It's true that women can't resist the 4 when it comes to sudden surprises. You will be overwhelmed by the strong sense of happiness and your mind will go blank. Of course, put yourself in their shoes. One day, your girlfriend suddenly gives you an apartment in the city center. That person will take off on the spot and be overwhelmed with happiness. 500,000. 500,000 combat power. If Sophia slowly experiences in her world, it may really take more than 10 years or decades to achieve it. Wang Yi assigned her 500,000 soul power at once, allowing her to experience the refreshing experience from beginning to end. Employer, I love you so much. Her mind went blank, and she was in a daze. She hugged Wang Yi tightly and refused to let him go. This was in front of all the elf girls, hugging him directly. The elf girls around them all covered their mouths with surprised expressions. Others are very envious. Who wouldn't envy it? They only have a fighting strength of tens of thousands, 500,000. It's an astronomical figure for them, right? It wasn't until the excited Sophia calmed down that she realized her behavior was a bit strange. It's over, it's over. Hug your employer in public. Still in front of so many people. You won't be regarded as a strange elf, right? She, Sophia, is really not a shy elf. I was just too excited for a while and forgot about everything, so I could only express my emotions through hugs. Employer, and everyone, don't misunderstand. After saying that, the elf girl turned around and ran into her room to hide. Boom, closed the door all at once. It was so embarrassing, I was too happy and did some outrageous things. Just after hugging her employer, when she thought about it afterwards, her heartbeat began to speed up and she felt a little out of breath. After passing the brain-heating stage, she began to calm down. I was just excited to sign a century-old agreement with Wang Yi. But she hasn't spoken to her mother yet. She had to go back to the village and tell her mother. Now she was embarrassed to meet Wang Yi, so she had to pick up her phone with a blushing face. Sophia, employer, I want to go home and talk to my mother. Heartwarming little seller. Well, go and come back quickly, I still need you. Now the turtle boat is parked on the sea, and he is still waiting for others to leave the island. There must be a treasure under the big snake's island. He was very suspicious and had to dive into the water to have a look. Sophia, it's necessary. Our 100-year contract is certified by my Taobao system of all realms. Don't worry, employer, if I don't come back, I will be caught by the Taobao people of all realms. I want to give Wang Yi some reassurance. Don't let him mistakenly think that he has to take the bucket and run away after getting the benefits. She, Sophia, is not that kind of person. After talking to Wang Yi, Sophia clicked Taobao from 10,000 realms transfer service return to Platinum Village in the Forest of Elves. Transmission fee, 10 silver coins. Just when she returned to the village and was about to talk to her mother. The sight in front of her made her heart tremble. The village was engulfed in flames, and the whole village was burning. The surrounding trees were burned, and the war spread to her hometown. What happened? Why didn't her mother tell her that the matter had become so serious? The whole village was burned down. So serious. In the distance, human mages continued to set fire to trees. Elves are best at shuttling between trees, using big trees to cover their movements. Without the cover of trees, the elves were at a huge disadvantage when fighting humans on the frontal battlefield. At this time in the woods lit by fire, the mother of the elf girl is leading the adult elves to fight against the human army through the trees. Chief, why didn't the elf queen come to support us? The other elves looked at Leah. The mature blonde female elf was in a state of embarrassment due to the flames. Their Platinum Village is just a small tribe in the elf forest, protected by the elf queen. But after fighting for so long, they still haven't seen the elf queen's reinforcements. Could it be said that something happened to the elf king Chengli? As a result, the elf queen no longer cares about them. Human beings formed their troops. The warrior raised his shield in front of him, forming a wall of storm energy to resist the arrows of the elves. 0.1 The priest prays behind to make human warriors stronger. The human mage was at the end, constantly spraying flames to ignite the tree bed. If we can get rid of those human mages, only then can they fight back. Otherwise, we can only be forced back step by step, and eventually we will be trapped on the edge of a cliff. Just when they thought they were going to die fighting here, a magic arrow lit up from behind and instantly penetrated dozens of unsuspecting mages. The unprotected mage was shot dead before he could even open his magic shield. Seeing the lighted up elf arrows, a kind of elf instantly became excited. Could it be that reinforcements are coming? After taking a closer look, standing in the distance was an elf girl holding a storm bow. The elf girl shot a tracking arrow. Dozens of mages were stabbed in the heart by an arrow without protection. Magic arrows penetrated dozens of people continuously. A large number of mages fell, and both sides were not prepared for what happened suddenly. Why are there still elves behind you? Both humans and elves had fought until they were exhausted. He was caught off guard by a sudden arrow shot. The other party thought that the elf reinforcements were coming, and immediately shouted, "Retreat quickly." At this time, humans are at the end of their war effort, and the elves are also running out of ammunition and food. The sudden appearance of the elf girl made the other party afraid of being surrounded, so they quickly turned around and ran away, giving up the idea of encircling and suppressing these elves. It wasn't until the intruders retreated that the elf girl met her mother. Compared with the clean appearance of the elf girl, the elves who have experienced the baptism of war look very embarrassed. "Sophia, why did you come back suddenly?" When she saw that her daughter's strength suddenly increased from tens of thousands when she left home to 500,000, she was completely stunned. When she left her hometown, she had only 40,000 combat troops. Later, after a month of training, the elf girl increased her combat power to 45,000. But when she arrived at Wang Yi's side, she suddenly became a combat power of 640,000. In just over a month and a few days, her daughter's combat power has increased to such a terrifying level. "Mom, why didn't you tell me?" Seeing her hometown being baptized by war, but her mother did not tell her the situation, she felt complicated. She knew that she was too weak before, and it would be useless even if she knew. But it's different now. She gained great combat power from Wang Yi. Although it's not as good as my mother and others, it can at least help a little. Find a safe place first. The elves packed their things, but there wasn't much left. The entire village was burned down, and the originally green forest turned into a scorched earth during this war, with dead trees that were burned black and emitting white smoke everywhere. Leave Platinum Village and come to a safe cave to take shelter. Only then did Sophia's mother tell her the recent situation. At first they thought they were human hunters who came to catch elves, but they were just slave hunters who were greedy for the beauty of elves. Who would have thought that this time it would be human regular troops? They directly invaded the elf forest and burned down the small border village. The little elf girls had been sent out before, and Sophia was also outside. So as the leader of the Platinum clan, she decided to fight with humans and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Who would have thought that before the reinforcements arrived, human attacks would become stronger each time? After being blocked by them, the frustrated humans began to set fire to the forest. Without the protection of the forest, the elves were retreating steadily. After listening, Sophia hesitated for a while. "Mom, I want to tell you something. I recently went to work as a mercenary. Don't be angry, just listen to me." Mercenary. Her daughter actually became a mercenary. Although she was a little angry, Leah still suppressed her anger. She wondered why her daughter became stronger. "I met a boss, he was very nice. I just signed a 100-year contract with him." The next moment, Sophia lowered her head and waited for criticism. If this were normal, her mother would have given her a scolding. It didn't. Leah suppressed her anger and looked at the burned village. "Sophia, you will settle this debt you hid from me later." She looked her daughter up and down. "Well, Wang Yi has raised her so fat that she seems to be living a good life. What kind of genius are you, your employer, that trains you so quickly?" Just when Sophia was about to speak, "Actually, that person is a heartwarming little seller. Leah raised her hand and put it on her daughter's head. You can go ahead. You should be able to become stronger with him. It's not peaceful here now, and it's dangerous for you to stay. Mom, why don't you bring the aunties with me? My employer is a very nice person, and he will definitely take you in. When Sophia said this, Leah, as the clan leader, felt a little embarrassed. She coughed dryly. Don't worry, my daughter. If I can't do it, I have a place to hide. Oh, I didn't expect it. Mom, do you know anyone who is not on Wanji Taobao? Leah raised her head proudly. Of course. Neither mother nor daughter knew. The person Leah met on Wanji Taobao was the heartwarming little seller. In Leah's opinion, Wang Yi is willing to take in 120 elf girls. Then, when they go to seek refuge, Wang Yi will also take them in, right? She had better not delay her daughter's future and let her practice with her employer with peace of mind. If it doesn't work, she will find a warm-hearted seller and spend some money to stay with him for a while to take refuge. Okay, you guys go and take refuge quickly. I have to report back to my employer. Mother and daughter hugged each other for a while and waved goodbye. After watching her daughter leave, Leah looked at the burned village and had to prepare for the road ahead. She picked up the phone. Leah, small seller, I would like to ask how much it would cost to stay at your place for a period of time. The captain's room on the other side. Wang Yi is searching for treasures in the world, waiting for people near Snake Island to leave. I just happened to see this message. Sophia's mother is coming to stay. Beautiful elf sister. Now that he has upgraded the turtle ship also has many rooms, and hundreds of elves can easily stay there. Should he consider opening a sea hotel in Wanji Taobao? Heartwarming little seller. The price is up to you. If you don't have money, there are ways to live without money. Please help me deal with some things. If you have money, you can live wherever you like. Is this Leah coming over? When mother and daughter meet, what will happen? Chapter 71. Leah. Okay. When she saw the warm-hearted seller saying that she could live there even if she didn't have any money, she suddenly felt relieved. In this war, she bought a lot of props to resist the enemy, but she didn't have much money. If you can stay at Wang Yi for free, of course there is no free lunch in the world. But as long as they can help and do whatever they can, they are still willing. If it really doesn't work, she can't use some equipment to pay off the debt. On the other side, the elf girl has returned to the boat. She told the other elf girls what happened in her hometown with a sullen face. All of a sudden, the elf girls were a little at a loss. Home is gone. Fortunately, Wang Yi is willing to take them in, but they may not be able to live here for a while. They only need to help fish out supplies from the sea and hide in the boat to fight safely. These can be regarded as making up for the rent by working. As for food, the food is good, and you can usually catch fish. You can give the fish meat to Wang Yi in exchange for food. Occasionally, you can find food treasure chests at sea, which contain water and food. At this time, the door to the captain's cabin was pushed open. Sophia. Employer, is there anything I need to give you? Wang Yi put on the spirit snake Lingia at this time. There was no one near the Snake Island, so he planned to dive underwater to take a look. I want to go into the water and need your help. Go into the water. The elf girl shuddered. Do you know what deep sea phobia is? When you dive into the vast sea, you have no idea whether there is something under the sea or what monster is staring at you. Employer, how can I help you? Who is afraid of going into the water, but if the employer needs it, Sophia will go down with her. She looked very scared, but she mustered up the courage to go with Wang Yi. This girl is really innocent and cute. So deceptive. If she hadn't met him, she would have been deceived by others. Just help me detect if there are any monsters down there. You don't need to go into the water. But employer, I'm not worried about you going down alone. She pulled Wang Yi's sleeve, a little worried that something might happen to Wang Yi when he entered the water. Entering the underwater world is not their territory. That's the land of sea monsters. So I have to rely on your detection magic. My life and fortune depend on you. Of course, it is not as exaggerated as Wang Yi said. This island is a shoal, so large monsters still can't get on it. The elf girl clenched her fists. Yeah. When she thought that her employer had entrusted her life to her, the elf girl was inevitably moved. She shot a probing arrow into the water. Detection arrows emit sound waves to detect signs of life nearby. Good guy, Hanzo, right. Employer, if there is life under the water, the sound waves will light up the nearby life. Hearing this, Wang Yi took a look into the sea water. There are some small fish, but they are no threat. You can see the red light emitted by the small fish after being lit up, swimming near the beach. Look more for me. Putting on the spirit snake helmet, Wang Yi took a deep breath and dived into the water. The moment he entered the water, a line of words appeared. You can survive underwater for 6 hours without breathing. When oxygen is depleted, your energy will continue to be lost. Good guy. It is indeed a spirit snake helmet that directly adds underwater breathing, coupled with his Wang Yi's 5th level entry-level combat power. In fact, if there is no oxygen, it will only consume its own stored energy. Slowly going downstream, I felt that after wearing the spirit snake Lin armor, he could swim freely in the water, more agile than a fish. 300% underwater movement speed is not a cover. Wang Yi raised his hand and muttered silently, "Little full moon." The full moon magic appeared on his hand, and the cold moonlight illuminated the dark seabed. Hiss. At that moment, Wang Yi felt the gaze from the abyss, and a chill flowed into his body. It was as if there was a giant human face watching him from the depths of the ocean floor. It was cold from the back of his head to the soles of his feet. At that moment, he felt like he couldn't move his whole body. Too horrible. What kind of monsters lurk in the abyss of the sea? In the dark deep sea, the giant human face is looming. I don't know if it is an illusion or reality. Makes you feel uncomfortable all over. He finally experienced the phobia of the deep sea. How many monsters are there down here? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and Wang Yi wanted to go back quickly. I was really afraid that the face under my feet would suddenly come up and swallow him in the boat with his mouth. Is that a human face? How many Pokemon are there in the deep sea? Might Zhao's mother. Staring directly at the monster in the abyss, he felt like his sanity had dropped. There was a feeling of insecurity all over my body. Think about the size of that monster. How big is it? How can there be a face in the sea? I'll hold it in my mouth. Just when Wang Yi wanted to swim back quickly, a light suddenly appeared in front of him, which caught his attention. Is that, after all, I knew it. You're a thief in the system, you must have hidden something good in here. Good guy. Wang Yi is always a good guy. Sure enough, there is an entrance hidden under the island guarded by the big snake. Otherwise, will they be given a set of equipment for underwater breathing and underwater movement? This old thief of the system is so hidden. It must be a treasure trove to make a fortune. Unexpectedly, this old thief in the system actually hid the entrance underwater. If he hadn't seen the prompt from the spirit snake Lingia, he would breathe underwater. Who would have thought that the cave entrance would be hidden underwater? Swim towards the entrance of the cave and enter through the water. Storm Ocean News. Wang Yi cracked the hidden cave and obtained a special treasure box. Hidden Cave. Chat Channel. Chen Yizhou. Hidden Cave. Hikawa Okazaka. Hidden entrance to the island. Park Jae-hee. What is the hidden cave? Everyone was talking a lot, thinking that Wang Yi had gone somewhere new. They do not know. This cave is under the snake island they just left. As soon as he entered the door, Wang Yi saw a treasure box. Step inside and take a look. Hidden treasure chest. You have obtained the portal design. Portal design. He doesn't seem to have anywhere to go. Portal. Just when Wang Yi was confused, he suddenly noticed something. Take a closer look. 5th level white bones. I saw bones all over the ground. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared to death. In this kind of invisible place, the ground is covered with bones. Ordinary people have long been scared out of their wits. But for Wang Yi, it's all money. Money. How many bones are there? Woohoo takes off. With a wave of your hand, the space ring sucks. You get 183 level 5 bones. If these bones are used to plant magic trees, won't they take off? And there are many bones in this place. He doesn't know how deep the cave is, but the entrance alone is enough for him to make a fortune. If he was short of money, he could mass-produce 5th level recovery potions. You can keep it for yourself and drink it, or sell it to others. A bottle of 5th level recovery potion is definitely very valuable. It's worth it. It's worth it. Wang Yi looked at the bones on the ground and smiled from ear to ear. However, he was still quite cautious when facing this eerie cave. Set up the portal first and then get back to the ship. Picked up the portal blueprint and took a look. Materials required for the portal: 8 stones, 1 cubic meter, and 2 magic crystals. The blueprint in his hand quickly burned and turned into ashes, and the society was consumed. But this magic crystal, where did he steal it? There are no magic crystals here either. Wang Yi slapped his head hard. It's not available here. He can go to Wanji Taobao to buy it. Search. Magic crystal. Magic Academy official flagship store, magic grocery store, magic mining. He glanced at several stores that were searched and clicked on the one with the highest sales. As soon as he clicked in, Wang Yi was confused. Level 3 magic crystal, level 4 magic crystal, level 5 magic crystal. There are so many models. Which one should he buy? More expensive is better. After much thought, I decided to ask customer service. Heartwarming little seller. What is the difference between magic crystals? Customer service: Snow Witch. Small seller. Warm-hearted little seller. Oh. Rich woman. This is a rich woman's shop. Customer service: Snow Witch. This is the official flagship store of the college, and I am responsible for managing it. Heartwarming BGDC. Small seller. Rich woman. Is this magic crystal? The more expensive it is, the better. Customer service: Snow Witch. Of course, it depends on what magic circle you want to make. Heartwarming little seller. Let me make a portal. The Snow Witch on the other side widened her eyes. What? Customer service: Snow Witch. Portal. Can you make such a complicated thing? Heartwarming little seller. Is it complicated? Because the skills are directly engraved into Wang Yi's brain by the system, he does not need to memorize them by rote. And for the magicians, every skill is like a math problem. There are a large number of magic formulas, and you need to use your magic power to construct the most basic geometric diagram of the magic circle. A common magic circle, such as a triangle. The 2 triangles stacked upside down are the 6-star magic array. There are also various complicated and brain-burning symmetrical magic circles. Every time you cast a spell, you can see the magician's staff lighting up, creating an exquisite and complex formation. These are all things to learn. Some people are very talented and can learn an advanced magic in a few weeks. Some people spend their whole lives just unable to memorize complex magic formations and have no chance of making breakthroughs. The portal can be said to be the most delicate of delicate tasks. Even the Snow Witch can only construct short-distance portals, the lowest kind. At this time, the Snow Witch asked weakly. Customer service: Snow Witch. Are there any restrictions on the transmission distance of your portal? Heartwarming little seller. Let me take a look. Wang Yi opened his phone and took a look. Portal advanced. In the same world, unlimited distance teleportation. Heartwarming little seller. There is no way to cross worlds, it is just an infinite distance teleportation in the same world. When she heard this sentence, the Snow Witch went crazy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She has watched Wang Yi's video. Wang Yi is just a young man in his 20s. How is it possible to make such a complicated magic circle? Heartwarming little seller. No, rich lady, just tell me which magic crystal is suitable for me. Customer service: Snow Witch. It's okay, I'm sorry. It depends on what you want to teleport. If you want to teleport tens of thousands of people, of course, the more advanced the magic crystal is, the better it will be. At this moment, the Snow Witch couldn't calm down for a long time. She racked her brains and couldn't figure out how Wang Yi, so young, could create such an advanced formation as a portal. Is it about the number of people? Wang Yi closed his eyes and searched for the memory of the portal in his brain. It became clear at once. Magic crystals are like batteries. 2 of them form a magic circle. Unlike the battery which is gone when it runs out. Magic crystal can breathe, it can absorb the surrounding magic elements. The equivalent of 2 magic crystals can form a perpetual motion machine. However, the higher the level of magic crystal, the more magic power it can store. At most, a few hundred people can come through this portal, so buying 2/3 level magic crystals is enough. Heartwarming little seller. Then I will buy 2/3 level magic crystals. Customer service: Snow Witch. 5 gold coins for a 3rd level magic crystal. Warm-hearted little seller. I've placed an order. I bought 4 third-level magic crystals, just save money if you can. Customer service Snow Witch, can you really make that kind of infinite distance portal? Heartwarming little seller. What's wrong, do you think you don't believe me? Customer service Snow Witch, not really, I just want to ask, can you help our Magic Academy make one too? Suddenly, Wang Yi smelled money. Business opportunity. Another business opportunity. Warm-hearted little seller. Huh. No problem. But the price. Customer service Snow Witch. The money is negotiable. The question is, can you make a video first? Heartwarming little seller. Success. Wang Yi spent 20 gold coins to buy 4 magic crystals. Take out 8 square stones from the storage ring. They are all square and cut. Find a flat place near the entrance of this cave and combine these 8 stones to form a door. Fix it with magic to prevent the stones from falling. Then place 2 magic crystals on both sides of the stone door. He picked up his mobile phone to take a video, raised his left hand and said silently, "Construct a portal." 2 magic crystals lit up and began to absorb the surrounding magic elements. Complex magic runes lit up on the simple stones, and a portal was constructed in just 10 seconds. After taking this video, Wang Yi clicked send. He still had to swim back to the ship and build a second portal as a connection point without looking at his phone. Heartwarming little seller. Video. The other side. Royal Academy of Magic. The Snow Witch was looking at her phone. How is this possible? Her exclamation attracted the attention of many teachers. Professor, what's wrong? Teachers, look. Snow Witch gave Wang Yi's video to others to watch. Everyone at the scene was instantly dumbfounded. 10 seconds. Can you construct such a complex magic circle in 10 seconds? Dozens of magic teachers present were stunned. One of the magic teachers said with great certainty, "This must be a magic god level." That's right, except for a magic god level 1, who can construct such a complex magic circle in 10 seconds. At this time, the Snow Witch said with great certainty, "Everyone, this is still a magic circle in the same world, with unlimited distance transmission." As soon as these words came out, everyone at the scene took a deep breath. Construct an infinite distance teleportation array in 10 seconds. He is worthy of being the god of Dharma. But just when everyone thought that Wang Yi was an old-timer at the level of Dharma god, Snow Witch continued to reveal, the person who took the video is a young man in his 20s. After hearing this, don't tell these magic teachers that they don't believe it. Even the Snow Witch thinks this is a fantasy, right? How could such a complex magic circle be constructed so quickly? Even if you are a rare genius, it is impossible. Absolutely impossible. When all the magic teachers were shocked by Wang Yi's move, a strange voice came. Isn't this the Snow Witch professor of the Full Moon sect? A middle-aged man wearing a blue scholar's robe walked over. The Snow Witch frowned. Professor Vogel of the Star School, what are you doing in our Full Moon school? Apparently the Royal Academy was also divided into 2 schools. One is the School of the Stars, and the other is the Full Moon School studied by the Snow Witch and the others. The School of Stars here does not refer to those fixed stars. Rather, it is a school of thought that studies meteors. The meteor spell they use is different from the full moon spell used by the Snow Witches. They are the 2 largest schools within the Royal Academy. Originally, there was no conflict between wells and rivers. The 2 schools of thought had their own classrooms and generally did not communicate with each other. Asterisk. Each regarded the other as a heretic and only adhered to their own doctrines. It's just that this time Vog heard them discussing a person called the warm-hearted little seller. Naturally, he heard what they discussed. Oh, a young man of about 20 years old can make a portal with infinite distance. Professor, are you kidding me? The Snow Witch picked up her phone. The video is proof. Vogel sneered disdainfully. Snow Witch, you are so out of date. Don't you know there is a technological school in Quan World? They can also create videos. At this time, Vogel couldn't help but mock. The School of Science and Technology are all unconventional. They rely on external forces instead of cultivating themselves. They like this kind of virtual things the most. 0. When the Snow Witch heard this, she felt a little guilty. She didn't know if Wang Yi was real. Only in his early 20s. Can you create a portal with unlimited teleportation distance? She also didn't believe it. But Professor Vogel from the School of Stars came to her and taunted her. The Snow Witch couldn't bear it anymore, not to mention that she had always wanted to poach the small seller into the academy. She felt that the heartwarming little seller was also a like-minded magician who studied the full moon school. You don't believe it, right? I'm going to call him over right now. Let him build the teleportation array. Hearing what the Snow Witch said, Vogel raised his head proudly. Okay, let's make a bet. If this warm-hearted little seller can build a portal that allows unlimited distances in the same world. How? The Snow Witch stared at the other party. Then for this year's Magic Academy scholarship, the winning side will get 7 points, and the losing side will get 3 points. The scholarship is 37 points, right? The other party has gone to her territory, the Snow Witch cannot give in. The teachers and students are watching. Okay, I'll call the small seller over now. Get ready to lose your scholarship. This scholarship represents the majority of the college's funds. Many students rely on scholarships to buy equipment. The two sides were betting against each other, so she couldn't give in. And she still has some confidence in Wang Yi. This guy is someone who has studied full moon magic. On the other side, Wang Yi still doesn't know that he has become someone else's betting target. He is building his own portal on the ship. To be honest, when he swam out of the cave entrance, Wang Yi saw the giant face of the abyss again. Too grassy. Below is the bottomless water, with a giant face looming in the darkness. Wang Yi didn't dare to guess or wonder what kind of monster it was. All he knew was that it was definitely dangerous. There is such a monster hidden in the ocean of storms, it's so scary. Back on the boat, he no longer dared to think about it. My scalp feels numb when I think about it, and I have developed a phobia of the deep sea. Let's build a portal. The principle of the teleportation gate is very simple, that is, by connecting the two teleportation gates, 470, teleportation can be achieved. It's just that the magic of constructing the portal is relatively complicated. Fortunately, the system is directly engraved into his mind, so there is no need to waste time and effort to learn it. The two portals are constructed and completed together. Wang Yi raised his hand and marked the portal as White Bone Cave. After all, it's full of bones. We don't know what's deep in the bone cave yet, so we need to be prepared before going down to explore. Wang Yi walked through the portal out of curiosity. So, the picture in front of him blurred and suddenly appeared in the bone cave. So, passed back again and returned to the ship. Magical. Moreover, the magic crystal will absorb nearby energy. According to calculations, the energy is enough for 500 people to come and go. Level 3 magic crystal is enough. At this time, the phone vibrated. Snow Witch requests video call. She sent several messages to Wang Yi, but Wang Yi didn't pay attention when he came up from swimming. Inside the Royal Academy of Magic, Snow Witch has sent several messages to Wang Yi. Professor Vog next to him began to ridicule. Snow Witch, you are such a warm-hearted little seller, you are unreliable. Why didn't he reply to you when you asked him to come and build the portal? Don't worry, he must have something going on. I'll try to send him a video call. When the video comes on, Wang Yi saw a young woman with white skin and wearing a witch hat on the mobile phone screen. This is the rich woman from the college. Rich woman, is there something urgent? Little seller, I need your help to build a teleportation array to teleport the academy to the royal city. As soon as Wang Yi heard about the business, he immediately became energetic. Build a portal, he can definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, the Royal Academy is so rich, why shouldn't he take advantage of the opportunity to speak out? No problem, I'll go directly, right? The Snow Witch at the other end of the video nodded. Yes, come quickly. Everyone is waiting for you. Before going there, Wang Yi naturally wanted to check how much it would cost to build the portal. Search on Taobao from all over the world. He found that portals with different specifications and sizes had different prices. What he can build now is a small portal. It's just a portal 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. This kind of small portal is relatively cheap, but the cheapest one is 50,000 gold coins. Then let him charge 50,000 gold coins each, which is the lowest price on the internet. The Snow Witch invites you to the Royal Academy of Magic. Do you want to go? Do you want to buy personal insurance? Oh, and life insurance. Introduction to personal insurance. This is a personal insurance service launched by Wanji Taobao. When you go to another world to do business, you will receive a layer of protection by paying gold coins according to the degree of risk. Protective cover. Once you are threatened personally, you will be safely sent back to your world in an instant. Note: if you actively attack others, your protective shield will disappear. Wow, Wanji Taobao is a good service. This company has quite a lot of business, all to ensure smooth transactions in all worlds. As for personal insurance, you absolutely must buy one, just in case. Buy personal insurance. Calculating premium. The Royal Academy of Magic you are going to is of a safe level, and you only need to pay 10 gold coins as a premium. If you purchase personal insurance, Wanji Taobao will give you free teleportation, and you can travel back and forth to another world for free once. Buy insurance and save on transmission costs. In this way, you can go to other worlds to do business with confidence. But then again, the teleportation fee is 10 silver coins, so can the silver mines be exchanged for gold? Wang Yi discovered a system vulnerability. Can these silver coins be exchanged for gold coins? Gold coins must be controlled. Then aren't silver mines everywhere in the world? The elf girl next to her looked at Wang Yi speechlessly. Employer, don't you want to take advantage of Wanji Taobao all day long? Wanji Taobao doesn't accept silver coins. Those silver coins are issued by themselves and used to find money. Hearing the elf girl's explanation, Wang Yi felt a little sorry. Sure enough, those who can take advantage of loopholes have long been banned by the system. What you can think of, others can think of. Silver mines are not valuable. These silver coins are issued by Wanji Taobao itself. It does not accept silver. It is only when gold coins are exchanged that some people start small businesses. To put it bluntly, you can exchange gold for the official silver coins of Wanji Taobao. If you exchange your silver mines for gold coins from Wanji Taobao, they won't accept it. Wanji Taobao only recognizes silver coins issued and manufactured by themselves, and their system prohibits trading of counterfeit silver coins. Wang Yi thought there was a loophole in Wanji Taobao, so he found a pile of silver mines to exchange for gold coins. After buying insurance, it was his first time to do business in another world. Thinking about it, he was still a little nervous. Teleportation begins, heading to the Royal Academy of Magic. When Wang Yi appeared at the Royal Academy of Magic wearing a suit of spiritual snake armor, everyone looked confused. Warrior, look at the people around you. They are all wearing robes and scholar robes. And when Wang Yi appeared in the Magic Academy wearing a black unicorn armor, he seemed out of tune with the people around him. Vogel, the professor of the School of Stars, pushed up his glasses with a look of disbelief on his face. This is what you said, the genius of the Full Moon School. The warm-hearted little seller who can construct a portal in 10 seconds. It's not that Vogel has any hostility towards Wang Yi. Instead, he racked his brains and couldn't figure it out for half a night. How did Wang Yi, a warrior, get involved with magic? As soon as he arrived, he was surrounded by a group of people, and Wang Yi was also drunk. Look at the beautiful rich snow witch woman next to her. She also looks at Wang Yi hesitantly. You are the little seller of warm, right? It's not that the snow witch has lost her memory, she has seen Wang Yi in the video. But, in front of him, Wang Yi was wearing a warrior armor and appeared in a magic academy where he studied magic. The contrast is probably when you hold a big knife and walk into the gun club. There was a group of magicians around, all watching Wang Yi. In the crowd, the witch Lana pushed aside her classmates and looked around curiously. That's the warm-hearted little seller. He's younger than I thought. Why is he wearing warrior gear? Everyone looked at Wang Yi in confusion. Wang Yi was too lazy to say anything and went straight to the point. I'm here to install the portal. Just after finishing speaking, everyone woke up from the shock. Yes, this guy is here to install the portal. But the way he was dressed really made it impossible to compare with the thin magician. This young man is 1.85 meters tall, with a knife hanging on his waist and no staff. The Snow Witch came over and asked in a low voice, "Are you really a warm-hearted little seller?" "Yeah, if it's fake, what's the matter?" The Snow Witch asked again very cautiously. "Are you the little seller who can read the waning moon and the half moon at once, and then learn the full moon magic by yourself?" Wang Yi nodded. "It's me, that's right." Professor Vog next to him couldn't help complaining. this is just a 5th level kid, but you can reach the 5th level at your age, and your strength is indeed good. But I am a little doubtful. Snow Witch, have you met a liar? Yes, teacher, there are a lot of scammers on Wanji Taobao. Yes, be careful of liars. Faced with everyone's doubts, Wang Yi reluctantly raised his hand and placed a small full moon to prove his identity as a magician. Of course, it is not impossible for him to become a warrior, and he can switch skills at will. Fighting spirit and magic, switch freely. Everyone gasped when they saw Wang Yi quickly constructing a magic circle in his hand, and a small full moon illuminated the entire classroom. Constructing such a complex magic circle in 1 second. It's so precise, it only takes 1 second. Genius. When seeing Wang Yi's hand speed, this feels as exaggerated as watching Naruto form seals and release forbidden techniques in an instant. Even Vogel from the Kungxing school was amazed by Wang Yi's 10 moves. This middle-aged man suddenly went crazy. Young man, are you interested in learning the magic of the stars? Are you interested in joining our group school and exploring the power of the stars with us? Professor Vogel, just like a flyer on the street, caught Wang Yi and asked him. Good guy, he just arrived at the Royal Academy of Magic and became a star. The Snow Witch is also very angry, so it was she who attracted this heartwarming little seller. Why would Wog, this old bald ass, dare to rob her? I saw this normally aloof witch professor actually grabbing Wang Yi's hand and pulling him back. On the left is the old professor of the Star School, and on the right is the Snow Witch of the Full Moon School. Both sides held on to Wang Yi until he died. I go. What should I do if I am too popular? But if Wang Yi had to choose, he would definitely choose the rich woman. After all, it felt weird to be held by an old man. The professors on both sides turned red-eyed because of him. With Wang Yi's magical talent, he must join them. Of course, only Wang Yi knows clearly. He can learn these things instantly because he relies on the ocean system, not because he is really talented. If you stay here to study, your secret will most likely be revealed. 2 professors. My little seller is here to build the portal, not to enroll in school. With one sentence, the 2 professors woke up. The 2 realized that they had lost their composure and quickly let go of Wang Yi's hand. Professor Wog from the School of Stars asked in a low voice, are you interested? Our star magic is gorgeous. It is as gorgeous as a meteor and can give the enemy multiple blows. The Snow Witch became furious when she heard this. Our full moon magic focuses on a fatal blow. Concentrate all your strength and give the enemy a one-hit kill. Seeing that the 2 professors were about to teach on the spot again, Wang Yi quickly raised his hand. Stop, I'm just here to make money. You have to discuss academics later. If you keep doing this, I'll go back. Hearing that Wang Yi was going back, the 2 professors stopped their quarrel one after another. The Snow Witch and Professor Vog reached a tacit understanding for the first time and tried to find a way to keep this kid in the Royal Academy. Wang Yi coughed dryly. According to the market price, building an unlimited portal requires 50,000 gold coins. Is that okay? The group of magic teachers and professors in front of them were completely convinced. This kid can construct a small full moon magic circle in 1 second. Although the portal is more difficult, everyone already believes it. Have you prepared the materials? The Snow Witch immediately took out the 6th order magic crystal from the space ring. It's ready and waiting for you to install it. Please follow me. Just behind the Snow Witch, a group of magic teachers surrounded Wang Yi like stars holding the moon in their arms. Here, you simply enjoy the treatment like a star. Looking at the buildings in the Magic Academy, the towering Gothic architectural style, the exquisite star and moon glass windows, accompanied by the ringing of the Academy's bells. Wang Yi was attracted by the exquisite college in front of him. The Royal Academy of Magic is so rich. The college itself is very grand, and the entire college is built on a hill. There is also a city at the foot of the college mountain, with cities and walls built around the entire college. The Royal Academy of Magic is not decorated with any gold, silver or jewelry, but the exquisiteness of the building is not comparable to those of the Nouveau Riche. After being led to a college gate, the teleportation gate should be designed on the right side of the gate. Under the watch of everyone, Wang Yi used 8 stones cut into square shapes to pile up a portal. When everyone saw the runes quickly appearing on the door, In 10 seconds, you can actually use magic power to construct such complex runes. Snow Witch has been shocked to the point of numbness by the genius of Wang Yi today. Mixed in the crowd, the witch Lana also looked incredulous. He is so strong. How did he do it? Amid a chorus of admiration, Wang Yi finished assembling the first portal. Okay, use Wanji Taobao's teleportation service to send me to the palace. The shocked people came to their senses and quickly let Wang Yi pass. And the imperial capital was hundreds of kilometers away. The capital of the Starlit Empire. Inside the royal palace. As the ruler of the entire empire, the queen was reading books, even though it was already late at night. Suddenly the noise outside the door attracted the queen's attention. What happened outside? Your Majesty, the people at the college are installing the teleportation array. They have applied for it with you in the past few weeks. Originally, the college was going to install a new teleportation array to meet the Queen's requirements for inspecting the college. This was approved by the Queen herself, but the construction of the Magic Academy has not yet started. Okay, let's go down. The Queen continued to read the letters reported below, without paying too much attention to the situation outside. Outside the Queen's palace, the Royal Magic Knight Guards, composed of a group of elite female magic knights, are guarding the safety of the Queen's palace. These magic knights, all composed of women, can naturally enter and exit the Queen's palace more easily. When Wang Yi and a group of people came to install the portal, the female knight drew her sword to stop Wang Yi. No male is allowed to enter the Queen's palace. Ubix. Wang Yi, who was stopped, looked at the Snow Witch helplessly. The Snow Witch had no choice but to explain, "This is the person I hired to install the portal. Please be accommodating." Facing the Snow Witch, the female knight remained unwavering, bold. You know that men are not allowed to enter the Queen's palace, but you still found 10 people to install the portal. These royal magic knights show no mercy. They raised their hands and condensed the magic sword, full of warning. Ever since the Queen ascended the throne, no man is allowed to enter the Queen's palace. This is the rule. This is embarrassing. To install the portal, Wang Yi must be allowed in. Is it possible to find a woman to install it halfway through the installation? When she saw that Wang Yi would install the portal, she was so excited that she forgot that men were not allowed to enter the Queen's palace. Wang Yi secretly sighed. It was really hard to earn these 50,000 gold coins. Those who can afford the installation fee of 50,000 yuan are all rich people. There are a lot of rules and troubles. The Queen doesn't know how old she is, and she's not a young lady. Would she die just by looking at her? Although I complain like this in my heart, to make money, I still have to smile and do whatever others say. How about I install the teleportation gate outside? Wang Yi looked at the Snow Witch. While the Snow Witch was hesitating, her protégé, the witch Lana, stepped forward. As soon as Lana appeared, the magic knights at the door straightened their backs. Your Highness. Why are you here? As soon as she appeared, the aura of the female knights at the door became much weaker. This Professor Snow Witch is my teacher. This warm-hearted little seller is half my teacher. Please be polite. The female knight looked at each other, but still adhered to the principle. Your Highness, this is the rule. Okay, I won't embarrass you. I'll go talk to the Queen. Lana turned around, looked at the witch Changshe, Zhao Mahao, and Wang Yi, and used a magic sound transmission method. I will handle it. Watching Lana enter, Wang Yi asked in a low voice, Rich lady, why do you think the Queen installed the teleportation gate in the courtyard of her palace? This portal is not afraid of being stolen. Both sides can be closed. As long as one portal is closed, the other door cannot be used. The security is still very high, and it can be installed at home without any problem. The Snow Witch came close to Wang Yi's ear and whispered, Her Majesty the Queen occasionally goes to see her daughter. Sometimes she hides her identity and visits the academy. She doesn't want to have to go to war every time she travels. At this moment, a majestic female voice came from within the high wall, Let them come in. With the Queen's permission, the royal female knights guarding the palace had to give way. Enter the Queen's palace. Not to mention, this ivory-decorated marble sculpture, this magical blue light fountain. There are also colorful flowers that glow at night. This Queen's taste is different. This courtyard is really beautiful. Even the teleportation gate installed for the Queen was replaced with white marble blocks. Under the surveillance of many royal female knights, Wang Yi raised his hand and drew the magic runes of the teleportation array in 10 seconds. When these royal magic female knights saw this scene, the alertness on their faces disappeared and was replaced by shock. These female knights were also magicians. When they saw Wang Yi showing off this skill, they were all stunned. XM. So fast. The queen, who was handling official duties in her boudoir, was also attracted by the noise outside. She asked slightly dissatisfied, "What's going on outside?" The female knight at the door replied softly, "Your Majesty, the master who installed the portal completed the installation in 10 seconds. The queen's heart trembled. Their country was founded by 700 magics. As the queen of this magical country, she knows very well how terrifying it is to build a portal in 10 seconds. The queen stood up suddenly. She could not sit still. Through the window, she saw Wang Yi, who had just installed the portal. A very young boy with a face different from theirs, black hair and black eyes. "Lana, where does this young man come from?" The witch Lana, standing aside, respectfully replied, "Mother, he comes from another world and is a portal installation master invited from Wanji Taobao." Then, she said proudly, "When I understood the magic of the full moon, he used the simplest method to enlighten me. He can be regarded as half of my teacher." The queen looked at Wang Yi outside the window in disbelief. Level 5 entry. This young man's strength is only at the 5th level. But you can easily create a highly BGCF complex portal rune. Unable to understand. Unparalleled genius. The queen was very fond of talents. Why don't such talents stay and be used by the empire? They will be rewarded with huge sums of money, beauties, and will be given fiefs and titles. Keep him here. Lana, who was still very proud at first, felt her heart tighten when she heard what beauty her mother was going to give her. She remained calm on the surface and said very calmly, "Mother, the small seller is not that kind of vulgar person. He may love money, but he won't stay just because you give a few women away, and he only sees it. There is no fiefdom or title. I was really afraid that my mother would give some weird women to the small sellers. And Wang Yi outside doesn't know, when did he become such an upright person? That's a pity. This kind of talent does have arrogance. Even if he can't be used by me, you still have to maintain a good relationship with him. When he grows up, it will be good for both of us." At this time, the queen thought of something and said, "Take a set of armor from the treasure house and give it to this young man." The attendant next to him immediately moved, "Yes. Even if there is no way to keep Wang Yi in the empire, she will still have a good relationship with this young talent. Send some gifts or something." And outside, Wang Yi didn't know that he had been targeted by the queen. He installed it. Collect money. The Wanji Taobao account has arrived, 50,000 gold coins. Balance, 57,980 gold coins and 29 silver coins. Emma. Small money has risen to a safe position again. He was so happy. He didn't expect that the portal design found under the Orochi Island would actually make him a fortune. The only drawback is that this portal is a small portal. If he could get the blueprints for a large portal, it would be a hot seller. The large portal is used to transport troops, which is a hot commodity on Taobao in all worlds. Snow Witch is also very satisfied with the speed of Wang Yi's installation. It takes others several hours to install the portal, but you can do it in 10 seconds. Even I have to admire your speed. Wang Yi received the money with a smile on his face. "Rich lady, as long as you give me the money, I can install a few more now. We're not tired. Why don't you install some customized ones, such as the magic tower for you in the school? Install a private passage." The Snow Witch, who has always been serious, was also amused by the character of Wang Yi, a businessman who loves money. She couldn't help but laugh, hiding her face and chuckling. "You little naughty boy, I live in the magic tower in the school, and a portal that costs 50,000 gold coins to go up and downstairs is too extravagant. Hey, time is money, my friend. It's a beautiful thing to teleport to the classroom and go home after class." The Snow Witch endured it. She had to maintain her majesty in front of everyone. If there wasn't someone next to her, she would have been killed by Wang Yi. What this guy said made her a little excited and wanted to install one. It's the first time to install a portal in another world. It's the first time to come to another world. This experience is really good. Not only can I earn money, but I can also broaden my horizons and see the scenery of a different world. The work is done and the money is in my pocket. It's time to go back. At this moment, a female knight strode over. Her Majesty the Queen has spoken. Thank you for your hard work, little seller. The installation of the portal was very fast. Her Majesty the Queen was very satisfied and gave the little seller an Imperial Magic Knight set as a token of sympathy. Imperial Magic Knight set. I knock. So handsome. The silver armor is inlaid with magic crystals and carved silver gloves. The entire Royal Magic Knight set is so cool. Sent to me. The female knight nodded. Exactly. Then he's welcome. What's there to say? Her Majesty the Queen is so rich, so don't give it up for free. After accepting it happily, Wang Yi clasped his fists. Thank you, Your Majesty the Queen, long live the Queen. The boss is so generous, thank you, Boss Queen. May the Queen stay young forever and be 18 years old forever. The Queen in the room laughed until she shed tears when she heard Wang Yi's series of blessings. How could there be such a talkative person? As expected of a businessman is very talkative. For Wang Yi living on Earth, palindrome words are basic operations. But for people from other worlds, especially the Queen, what does she usually face? They were the civil and military ministers of the Manchu dynasty, all serious-minded people, with lifeless and stern faces like a dead mother. In front of her, no one dared to fart or gasp. Wang Yi is different, he comes from another world. He is not under the Queen's control. Even if you say the wrong thing, what can you do to him? If the Queen is unhappy, Wang Yi will get out immediately without looking at her face. That's why he doesn't need to be submissive or worry about saying something wrong. However, it seems that the Queen is not only not angry, but also laughed to tears by Wang Yi. She wiped the tears from her eyes while holding back her laughter. I lost my composure. As a queen, I lost my composure because of a few words from this young man. Lana next to her curled her lips. This guy is not serious, there is really only one step between genius and madman. The Queen also became interested in this young man. He was very talented in magic and spoke in a way she had never seen before. Shouldn't geniuses be arrogant? This little seller is so talkative and eloquent. Could this be a magic genius businessman? A new type that has never been seen before. On the other side, Wang Yi has gone back after receiving the reward. Back on the ship, he immediately took a look at the armor given by the Queen. Royal Magic Knight Armor +6. Defense. Immune to most 5th level attacks, built-in 35 magic shields, capable of resisting 35 6th level attacks. Special effects. Casting speed increased by 350%, all attribute resistance increased by 350%. Good guy. The Queen was generous and gave him a set of +6 Royal Magic Knight Armor. Blanche, Witch Lana, Snow Witch Professor, and then the Queen. Are these all rich women who practice magic? Of course, they are the royal family after all, so it is normal for them to have money. He was so arrogant that Wang Yi didn't want to work hard. They all want to find the Queen to support him. Of course, all joking aside, he is not that naive. The Queen wooed him and wanted him to immigrate to another world. It's not just a dull thought, it's that he wants to become the blade in the Queen's hand and go to fight with the army. When you go over there, you have to go into battle and kill the enemy with all your might. Don't worry about it, just drive the boat and have some fun on the sea. Back in the captain's cabin, Wang Yi lay down on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. I haven't slept in the past few days, and I don't have any physical reaction. I am more tired mentally. Then I simply rested for 2 hours. He stood up suddenly and stretched. It's comfortable, and the fatigue of the past few days can be wiped away in just 2 hours. The higher the level, the shorter the rest time required. When I woke up again, I felt full of energy and felt particularly comfortable. He glanced at the time. Before I knew it, I had been in the ocean of storms for more than a day. On the 5th day of drifting at sea, it was around 4 o'clock in the morning. The moon hasn't set yet, just in time to get the magic recovery potion. The 5th level bones brought back from the bone cave can cultivate 5th level magic fruits. A 3rd level recovery potion can restore 20,000 yuan per bottle. The 4th level is 200,000. Level 5 recovery potion, think about this terrifying recovery amount, 2 million. With his 5th level entry-level combat power, he only needs to drink half a bottle to replenish his energy. While the moonlight is still there, cultivate it quickly. Exit the captain's cabin and go up the stairs to the top deck. Wang Yi found that most of the elves were resting, but there were still elves on duty stationed there. I have to say, it would be nice to have someone to help watch the boat. He, Wang Yi, does not form a team or join any drifter guild. Alone, I can only rely on these people from other worlds. Release all the magic trees that were previously stored in the space ring. These magic trees are still at the 2nd level. Wang Yi placed the 5th level bone on the workbench and smashed it into pieces. Obtain level 5 bone meal x5. Crush 2 bones into 10 parts of bone meal. Sprinkled on these 10 magic trees. The 2nd level magic tree is upgraded to the 5th level magic tree. Crush 2 more bones and sprinkle them with powder. The skill of the Divine Medicine Master is activated, all things grow. The 5th level magic tree begins to bear fruit. 10 magic trees produce 120 fruits. Looking at the plump fruits, they look very appetizing. In fact, eating it directly can also replenish magic power. But it is easier to absorb after refining. It's like the difference between eating the pulp directly and squeezing the juice. Looking at these 125th level magic fruits, Wang Yi grinned. If there are enough 5th level bones in the bone cave, then I can definitely make money selling 5th level magic potions. The bone cave is just the right place to explore with these magic potions. At this time, global news. The first Ship King competition is about to begin. Small. Ship King. Is it to let a group of boats compete and crash like bumper cars? Play bumper boats. However, after Wang Yi read the rules of the competition, he realized that it was not what he thought. His ship appeared directly on the ranking list. Safety and comfort ranking. First place. Wang Yi, Yangguo District, medium-sized turtle ship, 165 meters long, 80 meters wide, 5 stories, weight 10,500 tons. Second place. Yanlong Group, Yangguo District, a large turtle ship, 300 meters long, 140 meters wide, 7 floors and weighing 80,000 tons. Second place. Morgan Family in North America, large turtle ship, 300 meters long, 140 meters wide, 7 floors, weighing 80,000 tons. The ships of the Yanlong Group and the Morgan Family are both equally big, and they are tied for second place, 320. Third place. Euro Crusaders, a large turtle ship, 280 meters long, 140 meters wide, 7 floors, weighing 70,000 tons. Fourth place. Donggying District Tuyuman Family, large turtle ship, 280 meters long, 140 meters wide, 6 floors, Donggao 50,000 tons. Fourth place. Hangguo District Li Consortium, large turtle ship, 280 meters long, 140 meters wide, 6 floors, weighing 50,000 tons. The sudden ranking made Wang Yi's boat ranked first. I go. World Channel. Jiao Dezu, Yangguo District. What is going on? Park Jae-hee, Hangguo District. What? Why is it that Wang Yi is the only one who has not created a guild? He has not joined any organization. Chen Yizhou, Yangguo District. What's going on? Is the system wrong? Everyone noticed. The others were all large turtle boats, and only Wang Yi was a medium-sized turtle boat. His boat is only over 100 meters long, while others start at 200 meters. What happened? Why is Wang Yi's medium-sized turtle ship the strongest in the ship rankings? Could it be that he has not joined any organization and is personally ranked first? In fact, they all misunderstood. Wang Yi knows exactly why his boat ranks first. He used special steel. Special steel is lighter, so it looks like the tonnage will be smaller. Today's drifters generally use forged steel. Although it is already stronger than iron ships, forged steel cannot compare with special steel. Obviously, many people are unconvinced by Wang Yi's ranking first. Why is his medium-sized ship ranked first? Fortunately, the system only talks about safety and comfort. It was not stated that this ship was immune to level 5 attacks. At this time, Wang Yi had a sudden idea. Special steel can withstand 5th level attacks, can it be forged into armor? Special steel is so cheap, 1 ton is more than enough to make several sets of armor, right? Thinking of this, Wang Yi typed excitedly to ask. Heartwarming little seller. Coco, can this special steel be used to make armor? Coco. Ah, special steel. This is for ships, not suitable for making armor. Heartwarming little seller. Why? Coco. Because of the special structure of special steel, when it is made into a whole piece, the bigger it is, the stronger it is. If it is made into a small iron plate, it is actually very brittle and cannot achieve the 5th level defense effect. Duh. After hearing this, Wang Yi gave up the idea of making armor. It's because it's thick enough to block 5th level attacks. It's already too thin to be made into armor that can be worn by humans. No wonder this special steel is so cheap. It was originally only used for shipbuilding. Heartwarming little seller. It's okay, don't bother me. How is business? Coco. Thanks to you, I can now make some special steel, and the sales are good. I have now bought a machine for forging military special steel. I can take orders from the military in the future. Oh, military special steel. Warm-hearted little seller. When can it be produced? Coco. Come on, I'm adjusting the machine and I'll be able to make a batch of samples soon. Small seller, if you don't mind, I will send you the sample then. Sample. Don't give up on free things. Warm-hearted little seller. Okay. I look forward to the boss producing low-priced, high-quality military special steel. Putting down his phone, Wang Yi clicked on the virtual projection screen in front of him. In this Boat King competition, he accidentally showed up and won the first place. I don't know what this reward is. Click to take a look. Reward for the Ship King competition, a magic crystal cannon. Magic crystal cannon. As long as it is used properly, it can cause horrific damage to giant sea monsters or ships. You need to remain in first place at the end of the game to get rewards. After one glance, Wang Yi understood. This is the system encouraging everyone to have an arms race. Make the boat bigger, harder, stronger. At present, the whole world is covered with seawater, so the bigger and stronger the ship, the better. There are no land restrictions, and you can even directly build a mobile city on the sea. As long as nothing happens, the first place should be guaranteed. However, the system said something. Congratulations to everyone for surviving to the 5th day. It is now 6:40 in the morning. A large number of resource areas will appear on the sea surface of the earth, accompanied by terrifying snakes and sea beasts. Resource area. You will get various 5th level materials, food, and water supply boxes. Please cherish this opportunity. This will be your latest chance to obtain food supplies. There will be no food or water supply boxes in the next. Please build rainwater collection facilities as soon as possible. There are no more food supply boxes. Please look for sea merchants or hunt sea beasts to get food. For a time, the whole world fell into panic. No water supply. The water magician smiled. Wang Yi also looked relaxed. He could buy it. But for most drifters, he cannot condense water from the air like a water mage. Without a food supply box, do I have to hunt sea beasts? How do ordinary people survive? This forces everyone to take refuge in guilds and groups. For Wang Yi, a profiteer, this is good news. The system began to place food supply boxes and mineral water supply boxes at sea. Probably to let the castaways get used to it and take it easy. And now after the 5th day, today is the last wave of supplies. Next, you have to drink water. Either there is a water magician, or it all depends on God. That kind of large turtle ship can accommodate tens of thousands of people on a single ship, and it consumes a lot of water just for drinking and cooking every day. A boatload of people need water and food to eat and drink. Supply boxes can be obtained these days, so food is not in short supply. Now we can't even get food and mineral water. It's really the end of the world. On the last day, everyone must try their best. There are good things to be fished out in this stormy ocean, so naturally Wang Yi won't miss it. This bone cave already has a portal, and he will explore it later. Let's take advantage of the last day and go crazy to get supplies. There will be high-end materials coming out of the sea, so he will definitely not let them go. And don't forget Wang Yi's other little artifact 16, the fishing net. This thing is equivalent to an upgraded version of the hook, which will fish out everything in the treasure chest. Let's leave the ocean of storms for now. Today is definitely the last moment of madness. Driving the turtle ship, Wang Yi quickly found the nearest portal and left the stormy ocean. After getting used to violent storms, returning to the gentle surface of the Earth's oceans is a bit of a trance. The stormy ocean was rocked by strong winds and huge waves. And back to Earth, under the blue sea and sky, small waves a few meters high came crashing over, as if caressing the bow of the ship. I am used to wandering around in the stormy ocean, but it is a bit uncomfortable to return to the ordinary sea. The stormy ocean was covered with dark clouds, but now the sun was shining brightly. The elf girls in the dormitory stretched, got up and walked out. Wow, employer, are we back? The elf girl hadn't seen the sun for more than a day, and suddenly she felt that the sun rising from the east made people feel comfortable. Cheer up, everyone. Today is the last day to get food supply boxes from the sea. The elf girl was stunned for a moment, but employer, we are not short of food. Taobao in the world is very cheap. Wang Yi grinned. Not only is there food, there is also a 5th level snake. The focus is on the 5th level serpent. This is an upgrade experience package. As long as there are resources, there will definitely be a 5th level snake. Wouldn't it be nice to catch a snake when fishing for treasure? Let's go, sail eastward. Why eastward? Because if you go west, it used to be inland areas, and they were basically all Yangguo people. If you are competing for resources with your own people, it is more or less inappropriate to have conflicts. In addition, there is another advantage to going east. Before the Earth sank, there weren't many people in the Pacific. The further east you go, the fewer people there are. With fewer people, there are more and more resources. In a place with a lot of people, you have to fight to grab a fish. As long as Wang Yi's guess is correct, if you go east towards the former Pacific Ocean, you will definitely encounter fewer people. Make up your mind, set a course, and go. However, there are many people who have the same idea as Wang Yi. Chen Yizhou from Xingfu Community Committee, fireman. He brought his people back from the stormy ocean. I also made up my mind to sail eastward. Head to the former Pacific region and head towards where there are less people. At the same time, at east, flagship of Tsuchimikado. That large turtle ship over 200 meters long. A black-haired elder wearing a yin-yang robe looked at the person under his hand with a gloomy face. Evil tiger is dead, why did you tell me now? Several people under his hands were kneeling on the ground, not daring to say a word. They had no choice but to come back to report that the old man's eldest son, Ogu, was dead. As the head of the Tsuchimikado family, once the Earth's spiritual energy was exhausted, they, the Onmyoji, became useless people who could be taken over. Now that the Ocean Age has arrived, they have discovered the yin and yang techniques that their ancestors learned from the Eastern Tang dynasty. These yin and yang techniques introduced to Japan during the Tang dynasty evolved here and formed a set of Japanese yin and yang techniques. Somewhat different from those in the Yan kingdom, Japanese Onmyojis are more underworld and like to summon yin gods. The head of the Tuyumin family clenched his fists. That Wang Yi, the man who killed my son, where is he now? Lying on the tatami, the two people didn't dare to breathe due to the weather. Master, it's hard to find a person on the sea. The sea is vast, and finding Wang Yi is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Seeing these two trashes, the old man's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he suddenly raised his hand. Trash. Master, spare your life. Master, please spare my life. The head of the Tsuchimikado family forcefully sucked their souls dry and threw them to the ground like garbage, refining them into ghosts. The surrounding female attendants were already not surprised, so they came up and dragged the mummy away. The old man hugged two Japanese girls on the left and right, eating the sashimi they fed to his mouth. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became, so the old man hugged the two beauties. Click. Two delicate beauties were strangled to death in the arms of this old man. In the past, he was just a lowly abbot of the local shrine. Now, relying on the magic passed down from his ancestors, he wants to recreate the glory of his family. But his favorite eldest son Wei Hu was actually killed by a kid named Wang Yi. However, misfortunes never come singly. A servant hurried in. Master, it's not good. 7 of our ships were rammed and sunk by Wang Yi. That Wang Yi is robbing our ships. What? He hadn't settled the score with Wang Yi yet, but Wang Yi came to help them. What happened? The old man was furious and turned his sight hundreds of nautical miles away. Wang Yi stood on the boat and laughed. You still dare to fly the flag of Tuyumin? As the saying goes, the first strike is the strongest. Encountering a few small boats in Tsuchimikado, which were single and weak, Wang Yi surrounded them mercilessly. Chapter 81. Time goes back half an hour. Sailing all the way east indeed verified Wang Yi's conjecture. The further east you go, the fewer people there are. But there is still a group of forces entrenched here. Wang Yi got angry when he saw the flag of Tuyumen. He could have easily bought the fishing net back then. As a result, an evil tiger appeared and raised the fishing net to 40,000 gold coins. He wasted more money to buy this little artifact. Now that Wang Yi sees Tsuchimikado's ship, he doesn't panic at all. These ships are fishing for resources at sea and bullying surrounding ships. Relying on the size of the ship, Tsuchimikado's fleet squeezed out the ships of other surrounding forces. Both the ships of the Yan Kingdom and the ships of the Han Kingdom, get out of here. Before Wang Yi arrived, they were driving away ships from several other areas. It was as if this sea area belonged to them, and everyone from other areas would be pushed away. What does it mean to be arrogant and domineering? Tsuchimikado's fleet took advantage of the size of their ships and ran rampant here. Firefighter Chen Yizhou and his party looked at the flags hung by the other party and felt a little wary. They are not Wang Yi, just wandering around alone. Most of the members of the Xingfu Community Committee have their families. They are the fathers of their daughters and the husbands of their wives. Most of the people in the Xingfu Community Committee are old, weak, sick and disabled. He doesn't believe in the law of the jungle. If a person abandons his family, his daughter, and his parents, so what is the use of these people living? Drifters who abandon the old, weak, women and children are nothing but zombies. Perhaps in this doomsday, there are not many people who have a sense of mission like Chen Yizhou, a firefighter. Only a small number of people still persist in their humanity. Facing the ships of the Tsuchimikado family in front of him, Chen Yizhou chose to give in. Everyone, we can't provoke these people, let's move to another place. Hearing this, the people around him clenched their fists but were helpless. They are just a small group of several thousand people, drifting on the sea with their parents and children. Originally, they discovered these treasure chests first, but they didn't expect that the Tsuchimikado family's ship would pass by and hit them directly. The opponent only has a few ships, but the forces behind them are terrifying. Can't afford it. Not wanting to cause trouble, Chen Yizhou changed direction and prepared to leave. After driving away the others, Tian Yuman's small fleet start enjoying the supplies. They did not forget to taunt. This is our territory, people from Han and Yan countries. Go back. Just when they were about to start fishing, a big net fell from the sky and caught a large number of treasure chests floating on the sea. Lay the net, close the net, into the space ring. Everyone took a closer look, but no one from the Tsuchiman family recognized it as Wang Yi's boat. A turtle ship over 100 meters long. It should be a small force, but it's just one ship. Boy, hand over your things quickly, this is Tsuchimikado. Didn't wait for them to talk nonsense. Wang Yi waved his hand, kill them to death. Arrogant and domineering, right. Wang Yi treats all kinds of dissatisfaction. The 4 propellers sprayed firepower, and the 10,000-ton turtle ship fiercely attacked the opponent. Their iron hulls were instantly cut open, split into 2 halves and sank to the bottom of the sea. How dare you ram the Tsuchimikado family's ship? Do you know that we are the 4th largest organization in the world? 4th in the world. This ranking is nothing more than a row of ships. It is estimated that there are many factions whose ships are not big enough or powerful enough, so they are not ranked on the list. You dare to call yourself number 4 in the world just by relying on one ship. What I hit is the 4th in the world. It ran over directly and sank 7 of the opponent's ships on the spot. They rely on magic power or wind power, so they can't escape at all. After the collision, Wang Yi took a breath and prepared to continue heading east. World Channel, Tsuchimayuman Yulong. From today on, Wang Yi is our enemy of Tsuchimuman. Anyone who provides Wang Yi's location, and after verification, can get 50 gold coins from us. If someone captures Wang Yi's dog head, he or she can come to us and claim 100,000 gold coins. 100,000. Wait a moment, the Tsuchimikado family is quite rich. Originally, Wang Yi wanted to continue heading east and become a drifter without fighting against the world. As a result, Chu Yuman's shout made Wang Yi realize that he could not let them go. I always make trouble for others first. Once you offend the other party, you have to take the initiative to attack. Stopping the boat, Wang Yi picked up the pirate musket and pointed it at the struggling people in the water. Quote, give you a chance to survive. How much money does your small fleet have? The people struggling in the water looked frightened and wanted to dive into the sea. Wang Yi immediately scolded, there may be sea monsters around. If you want to run away, then I will put fish and meat to attract the sea monsters. There are countless monsters in the invisible deep sea beneath your feet. Overhead is Wang Yi's musket again. The other captain panicked and took off his space ring. Mr. Wang Yi, here are 12,000 gold coins. We just salvaged the pirate ship treasure yesterday and got it. Please let us go. Wang Yi dropped the hook and hooked up the space ring. After taking a look, I saw that it was the most rubbish space ring. How, but there are more than 10,000 gold coins in it, which is pretty good. Wang Yi grinned and pointed his gun at the captain. He turned pale with fright and raised his hands in the air. Mr. Wang Yi, I have given you everything. Please let us go. Just now, you were quite good at making noises, but now you are scared. With a smile on his face, Wang Yi asked, tell me what you think is the most important thing, and I can spare your life. The captain hesitated. We just received news that the family leader is bringing the main fleet to encircle and suppress you. Wang Yi raised his eyebrows. Master Tuyuman, how strong is he? Mid-level 5th level, more than 6 million combat power. The captain answered truthfully. Who knew that Wang Yi was not only not afraid when he heard the news. Instead, he showed a weird smile, as if he had come up with some naughty idea. With a combat strength of 6 million, they rose up quite quickly. However, as long as 30,000 people provide him with 100 soul power every day, he will have 6 million combat power in 2 days. In this regard, guilds are indeed very convenient. However, Wang Yi speculates that as the global population begins to decline, there will be fewer and fewer people in the future. Sea beasts attack, humans kill each other, and starve to death. I am afraid that less than 1/3 of the world's human population is left at this moment. As for why Wang Yi speculates like this, look at the sea now. Are there any wooden boats? Those who couldn't see it were probably killed by sea beasts. Who can survive to this day is not desperately upgrading the hull, or joining a big guild. When he learned that Suchiman's people were coming to round him up, Wang Yi was not only not afraid, but started racking his brains to come up with some cool ideas. He's not bragging, as long as the ghost ship accessories are opened, no one can find him. Coupled with his 4 thrusters, no one in the entire sea can catch up with Wang Yi. As long as he wants to run, no one can catch him. Tsuchimikado has already locked horns with him, why not catch them all in one fell swoop when they all arrive? The elf girl beside him looked at Wang Yi curiously. Employer, the other party is coming to arrest you, why don't you run away? Wang Yi touched his chin thoughtfully. Sophia, have you ever considered the possibility that I am here to catch them? The elf girl looked confused. Is this still possible? Shouldn't tens of thousands of others surrounded him? But Wang Yi surrounded tens of thousands of enemies by himself. One person surrounded tens of thousands of people. Is it possible? At this time Wang Yi looked at the balance. 69,980 gold coins and 29 silver coins. Tsuchimikado came to trouble him again and again, so it would be better to annihilate them in one go before they developed. With the money he has, can he buy a nuclear bomb? Suddenly a bold idea popped up in Wang Yi's mind. As the most powerful killing weapon in human beings at this stage, can it be purchased on Wanji Taobao? Thinking of this, he took advantage of it and opened Taobao. Search. Nuclear bomb. Because your current Taobao level is too low, the purchase of such a killer device is not supported. Official explanation. If this kind of killer weapon is freely bought and sold, the entire other world will be destroyed. Grass. Can't buy and sell freely. If Wanji Taobao doesn't sell it, then ask Coco. After all, Coco is from the interstellar era, so she should be able to get this thing. Heartwarming little seller. Coco, how much does it cost to give me the whole nuclear bomb? At this time in the Mineral Star, Coco is buying machines, buying a lot of machine workers and machine guards. Since Wang Yi bought a lot of things to help her start the store business, she has begun to increase production. From mining robots to steel-making robots, to robots that protect the safety of mining stars. She bought them all in one go. Business has been good recently, with small orders coming in all the time, so it can be said that things have improved. After inspecting the newly built factory, she wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "Phew, I finally have time to rest for a while." She sat down on the chair, took a sip of purified water from the cup, and clicked on the projection screen to take a look. PFF. Nuclear bomb. All the water she drank squirted out. Coco. Brother, why did you buy a big killer weapon? Heartwarming little seller. Of course it's BGCE. Do you have any special channels to get one for me? Coco. I can't get it. If this thing is sold randomly. If Wanji Taobao finds out, my account will be blocked. Heartwarming little seller. I'm just confused. You can buy everything on Taobao of 10,000 realms, and you can sell all kinds of skills. What are the forbidden arts, divine arts, and evil arts? Which level is not worse than a nuclear bomb? Coco. That's what I say, but this kind of killer weapon is different. Little seller, what do you think the consequences will be if anyone can detonate this thing? Warm-hearted little seller. Oh. Coco. In fact, Taobao of all realms did not restrict this thing at first. It turned out that this thing was so useful that it was sold everywhere. People with level 3 strength got the money and directly detonated this thing in the Imperial City. There is also an interstellar prison. A madman bought this thing and blew up the entire space station. Coco. If you were Taobao from 10,000 realms, and you saw several worlds being destroyed in chaos, and your customers died in large numbers, would you sell this? Hearing this, Wang Yi also realized that Yinba was indeed the right one. If you could buy this thing casually, it would be equivalent to letting a 3-year-old child run around the streets with a time bomb. After several consecutive worlds were destroyed, Wanji Taobao restricted this item, and you could not buy it indiscriminately. Pity. Wang Yi also wanted to throw a few more to the Tsuchimikado family, who had a pretty good life when they were young. Coco. But you can buy other things, there are no restrictions. Heartwarming little seller. Something else. Coco. What did you tell me you were going to deal with? Warm-hearted little seller. A maritime fleet. Coco. I am here to recommend you a bomb that is fast, economical, cheap and easy to use. Do you want it? Warm-hearted little seller. What kind of bomb? Coco. Gravity bomb. It can suck all the opponent's ships over, you're guaranteed to enjoy it. Heartwarming little seller. How much does it cost? Coco. Sold on Wanji Taobao, it costs 10,000 gold coins each. It is used to deal with large-scale enemies. He searched for the gravity bomb and took a look. Instantly, Wang Yi's expression began to distort. This thing is great. Gravity bomb. Function. Suck all objects within a radius of 5 kilometers towards the gravity bomb explosion point. 5 kilometers. That is everything within a radius of 2.5 kilometers. Good guy, isn't this thing a treasure that will destroy the fleet? Just install it and run away. Bot. You purchased the gravity bomb from Wanxing Military Industry and paid 10,000 gold coins. Balance. 59,980 gold coins and 29 silver coins. Wanxing Military Customer Service. Dear, please use it according to the instruction manual. If you accidentally cause accidental injury, our store will not be responsible. Wang Yi took a look at the purchased props. Gravity bomb. After activating this device, a gravity black hole will be briefly formed, lasting 30 seconds, and sucking away all objects within a radius of 2.5 kilometers. This gravity bomb also comes with a remote control. The safe use range is 3 kilometers away. This thing is absolutely useless against large fleets at sea. Then Wang Yi picked up the phone. World Channel. Wang Yi. I heard that someone wants my head. Tsuchimikado Yuryu. Very good, tell me your location. Wang Yi. Send fixed positioning. Wang Yi. The positioning has been sent, Cheng. Wang Yi looked at the phone and raised the corners of his mouth. You send 2 additional world messages, which costs 2 gold coins. This marine system is really good at making money. In order to limit too many people surfing the world channel, only 1 message can be free per day. If you send more than 1 message, you will be charged 1 gold coin. When Wang Yi sent out the positioning, everyone was stunned. People watching World Channel discovered that Wang Yi actually blew himself up. Tsuchimikado Yuryu. Positioning. What trick do you want to play? Park Jae-hee. Oh. Is it an empty city strategy? People from the Yan Kingdom are the best at this trick. Empty city strategy. As long as it is a country in the East Asian Circle, they all like the Three Kingdoms. Everyone knows the characters of the Three Kingdoms. When they heard about the empty city plan, they immediately thought of Zhuge Liang sitting on the top of the city. This Wang Yi also wants to play this trick. Zhao Dazu. There's a good show to watch. Long Yutian. Let's do it. I dare not go to Tu Yumun. Matilda. It's interesting. I just asked my friend what empty city strategy means. I didn't expect Eastern history to be so interesting. Su Qi. Can't the system enable live broadcast? Let's see how Wang Yi deals with Tsuchimikado. Zhang San. Me. I'm nearby. I, Zhang San, will start a live broadcast. I want to pay for watching the live broadcast. Seeing the chat channel, Wang Yi laughed angrily. Where did this Zhang San come from? Outlaw. Looking carefully, Wang Yi actually saw a small boat nearby. But the other party couldn't see him, so he opened the ghost ship accessories. And Wang Yi's provocation of Tsuchimikado quickly attracted the attention of drifters around the world. They have always been curious about Wang Yi, who is powerful alone. Others relied on their younger brothers to contribute soul power to become stronger, but Wang Yi never joined any guild. He relied entirely on himself to kill Haizong to level up. But at this time, Tsuchimikado Yulong was unable to get off the tiger. Empty city plan. Is Wang Yi playing an empty city strategy? This looks like a scam, and he, Tsuchimayuman Yulong, is not stupid. He is not a reckless man, there is no way he could not see that there is a conspiracy in this. But he racked his brains for a long time and couldn't figure out what kind of conspiracy Wang Yi could have. Zhang San. No, can Tsuchimikado work? Aren't you known as the fourth in the world? Why haven't you come? Park Jae-hee. Hurry up, everyone is waiting for you to make your debut, can you do it? Zhao Dazu. Do you want to fight or not? If not, I will continue to look for the treasure chest. It's a waste of time. Matilda. Wang Yi has already released his position, but he didn't expect Tsuchimikado to dare to go. He is ranked 4th in the world. I think you are the most timid in the world. It's not too big a deal to watch the excitement. A group of people added fuel to the fire and wanted to fight between the two sides. How many more people die? If a few more masters die, they will have fewer people to compete with. It's just that Tsuchimikado, an old hermaphrodite, is very wretched and cautious, suspicious by nature. Wang Yi directly sent the location, and he concluded, there must be a scam. Is there a possibility that Wang Yi unites with several other guilds to encircle us? 0. When Tsuchimikado Yuryu said this, everyone nodded. This is not because they are cowardly, but Wang Yi sent the location directly, which is too suspicious. There must be an ambush. Tsuchimikado Yuryu. Wang Yi, boy, I am not a coward, nor am I stupid. You just sent the location directly, just to ambush us. Tsuchimikado Yuryu. There are also those of you who support the fire. Don't think I don't know, are you cooperating with Wang Yi and trying to kill our Tsuchimikado family? I have to say, he guessed half of it right. There is indeed an ambush, and Wang Yi wants to play dirty. Being able to have a large number of subordinates, Tianmin Yutai is not cerebral palsy. Wang Yi wants to fish with such a straight hook. After thinking about it, Tsuchimikado Yulong waved his hand, turn around and go back. At this time, they were almost at the scheduled location. However, Tsuchimikado Yuryu, who saw the deceit, ordered the fleet to turn around and leave the suspicious area. Zhang San. Tisk. I started a live broadcast, but you ran away. Just when everyone was disappointed, a gravity black hole suddenly appeared on the sea. This gravity black hole happened to appear on the way back to the Tsuchimikado fleet. Why? Wang Yi just felt that the hook was too straight and would definitely not be able to catch Tsuchimikado's fleet. The other party will definitely not be fooled. So from the beginning, Wang Yi did not place the bomb there. Instead, they went around in a circle and dropped the bomb on their way back. You can't catch fish if the hook is too straight, but we can set up a fishing net. This positioning is the straight fishhook, and the gravity bomb is the fishing net laid out. When they returned, Wang Yi detonated the gravity bomb directly. The gravity bomb does not explode outward, but collapses inward. The moment when the strength pulls back, Tsuchimikado's main fleet was all sucked in. Gravity collapsed, dozens of iron ships were squeezed and deformed, and thousands of people were squeezed into meat patties by the steel. A horrific scene occurred at sea. The steel battleship was squeezed into an iron ball, and Tsuchimikado's largest flagship, the nearly 300-meter-long turtle ship, was directly crushed. But this scene was photographed by Zhang San. During the live broadcast on his mobile phone, Zhang San exclaimed, "FCK. Wang Yi is awesome." Zhang San live room. Park Jae-hee, what is this? Gravity magic. Su Chi, I'll go. What kind of magic prop is this? Zhao Dezu, this is cheating. All of a sudden, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. In an instant, the fleet of tens of thousands of people was crushed to pieces. Hiss. Everyone felt their scalps numb. Of course. People who have exceeded the 4th level and 5th level have survived the heavy experience. But most people are no more than level 3. These people are the crew members responsible for controlling the navigation of the ship and have no combat effectiveness at all. Wang Yi's gravity bomb actually destroyed the entire Tuyuman fleet. And they didn't know what it was yet, so they thought it was a gravity spell. Park Jae-hee, is this spell so powerful? Long Yutian, it should be a magic formation that has been arranged in advance. It is so powerful that it cannot be released immediately. Zhao Dezu, it should be, it will only be triggered if you step on it. Although everyone was frightened, they also breathed a sigh of relief. It can be explained by treating him as a mine on the sea. As long as you are careful, you can still avoid fighting things. But the Tsuchimikado family didn't notice the thing and were shocked on the spot. Everyone mistakenly thought it was a magic trap set by Wang Yi. Zhao Dezu, how long do you need to prepare in advance? Attract the Tsuchimikado fleet, then calculate their route, and prepare to set up such a trap, so that it will not be discovered. Su Chi, then this Wang Yi is really scheming. He has been scheming from a few hours ago, or even a day ago. Long Yutian, Wang Yi didn't do anything last night. He must be setting up this magic circle. In the live broadcast room, everyone kept speculating and understood Wang Yi in a miraculous way. Duh, he just bought a high-tech product and put it there. There really isn't that much planning to set up the trap more than 10 hours ago. But everyone would rather believe that it is a gravity magic trap. It takes a long time to prepare in advance before it can be triggered. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense, it would be incomprehensible to them. Seeing the Tsuchimikado fleet, known as the 4th in the world, being scrapped on the spot, everyone was frightened. WWE, don't mess with Wang Yi from Yangguo district. On the other side, the Tsuchimikado family suffered heavy losses, with only a large number of masters left alive. His whole body was stained red with blood. Tsuchimikado Yuryu broke the steel plate with one punch and got out from inside. He clenched his fists and became furious. His hard work. These followers are the source of his power. These people would provide him with a large amount of soul power every day. Having lost so many men at once, Tsuchimikado Yuryu's heart was bleeding. He understands one thing better. The Tsuchimikado family is finished. Completely finished. Without the following of these retainers, he would no longer be able to live a life where he could become stronger just by lying down. After losing his men, it would be completely impossible for him to recruit such a team in the future. To understand a concept, people on Earth will not be resurrected after death. The people under your command are valuable resources. With despair and rage, he heard the global briefing. Global report. Wang Yi, a drifter from Yangguo district, killed tens of thousands of drifters by himself, earned the title of Executioner of the Sea of Blood and obtained the exclusive weapon Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. Global notice. Wang Yi created a sea of blood and attracted a large number of sea snakes. In front of Wang Yi, a bloody meow knife appeared in his hand. Is this a reward from the system, or irony? The bloody blade looked like blood would ooze out at any moment. Use gravity bombs to create a terrifying collapse, squeezing dozens of ships into an iron ball, terrifying. Holding a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Wang Yi felt the wind whistling by his ears. It seemed like countless resentful spirits were cursing and cursing him. So evil. Looking at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood in his hand, Wang Yi even hesitated to use it. But when he looked at the attributes of 4.5, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood, Forbidden Level Exclusive Weapon. Forbidden Level, or an exclusive weapon, only he has it. Skills. Corpse Mountain Blood Sea / Blood Soul Entanglement. Corpse Mountain Blood Sea / At the cost of one's own blood, it slashes at the enemy with blood, ignoring defense, and the power is based on the user's own level. When killing an enemy, blood can be recovered. No mana consumption, but blood consumption. Blood Soul Entanglement. At the cost of your own blood, launch the resentful soul on the knife to entangle the enemy, causing mental and spiritual attacks to the opponent. Looking at the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea knife in his hand, this thing not only tortures the enemy, but also tortures oneself. This knife gave him a very strange and ominous feeling. It seems to have a soul of its own. There seemed to be a pair of eyes watching Wang Yi and the blood flowing on the blade. This knife cannot be used except as a last resort. Tune in first. This Wang Yi is so evil, the system rewards this thing. I don't know whether to be happy or scared. Judging from the properties, it's very convenient. Ignore defense. It's definitely useful for killing crispy skin. Even if you hit some enemies with strong defense, they will fly up in your mouth. The only question is, how much blood does Wang Yi have to spread? This thing is really an ominous blade. When retrieving the ring into space, a female voice sounded next to Wang Yi's ear. Master, do you really not need me? Hallucination. Wang Yi looked back and found the elf girl pointing into the sea with a frightened look on her face. Employer, look. There are many sea snakes attracted by the blood. In the distance, countless sea snakes rolled in the boiling sea, frantically snatching human corpses. As expected, last time the blood attracted the Shark King, this time it attracted a large number of sea beasts. Wang Yi, who was standing on the boat, shouted, "Get your harpoon cannon ready and hunt snakes." Wang Yi will never miss this opportunity to upgrade. It's just that he is a little concerned now. Could the female voice that sounded in his mind just now be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? It was a bit scary. A knife actually made a sound and went straight into his brain. Let's seal it in the space ring first. The most important thing at hand is still hunting snakes. That Tsuchimikado Yuryu is floating in the air, and it's not easy to deal with him. In the distance, Zhong-san held up his mobile phone to live broadcast the scene. Holy shit, audience friends, I am Zhong-san, and I am so panicked right now. Should I continue the live broadcast or run away? Viewers, why don't you give me 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 gold coins? I, Zhong-san, will stay and continue the live broadcast, risking my life to live broadcast for everyone. Fart. Zhong-san is quite far away. The big snakes eat people in the sea, so they won't go looking for Zhong-san alone. On the other hand, bald Zhong-san, holding up his mobile phone to live broadcast here to make money, is really a strange thing in the world. As a result, many people in the live broadcast room went crazy for gifts. It's not that they have cerebral palsy, but that they want to rush here and check the situation through Zhong-san's mobile phone live broadcast first. A bunch of 5th level snakes. Now those sharks and tuna have been slaughtered by humans in just a few days. It has become difficult for ordinary people to upgrade, and top drifters also need to hunt big snakes in order to improve their combat effectiveness. In the distance, Tuyumun Yulong laughed wildly and said, Orochi. Ha ha ha, Orochi. Wang Yi gave me a great gift. Watching so many big snakes eating his people, Tsuchimikado Yuryu became excited instead. After killing all these big snakes, he has to rise to level 6. With tens of millions of combat power, he leads the world's drifters. By then, he will be number 1 in the world. His men are dead and there is no way to save them. But he can make up for it by getting stronger. Corpse, feel free to eat it. Tsuchimikado Yuryu inserted one hand into his heart and took out his own heart in full view of everyone. O ghosts and gods, I offer my heart and give me strength. They all say on my Oji, on my Oji. After this spread to Japan, they turned into intergender people. Just some hellish things. Just look at Tsuchimikado Yuryu's blood-red heart slowly turning black, so dark that it turns purple. Purple heart. Zhong-san live room. Hikawa Okasaka. Earth Control Gate Forbidden Technique. Purple Heart. Consumes 50 years of life, infinite vitality. Zhao Dazu. 50 years of life. Didn't this old boy lie directly into the coffin board? Long Yutian. As long as he breaks through to the 6th level, he can make up for the loss of life, it's only 50 years. Su Qi. Indeed, it takes 50 years of life in exchange for unlimited mana to capture these big snakes. And when Tsuchimikado Yuryu activated the forbidden technique in exchange for the Purple Heart, Wang Yi's boat slowly emerged from the sea. Within 1 kilometer, the ghost ship accessories become invisible and disappear. A large net was launched from the boat and directed at the sea snake swimming in the sea. Wang Yi wants to grab it too. The 4th level fishing net trapped 6 sea snakes. Harpoon gun, aim at the snake's anus. However, the 4th level fishing net is really difficult to deal with these 5th level snakes. It's okay to deal with 1, but if you deal with 6 sea snakes, the net will be torn directly. I still underestimate the strength of these sea snakes' struggle. On the other side, Tsuchimikado Yuryu saw Wang Yi snatching but failed to catch one, so he relaxed his vigilance. Boy, wait until I kill enough sea snakes before I deal with you. Tsuchimayuman Yulong no longer cares about Wang Yi, he knows a truth. Must be fast. Other forces are watching eagerly and have no time to fight with Wang Yi now. He must turn all these sea snakes into his fighting power before others come. Wang Yi can't catch the sea snake, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that no snake was caught, Wang Yi frowned. Going to buy another gravity bomb. Suck up these snakes. But it doesn't work either. You need to hide yourself 3 kilometers away to use the gravity bomb. After setting off the bomb yourself, why don't you make clothes for Wang Yuman Yuyu? The Tuyuman Yulong now had unlimited mana and was flying around in the sky. He rushed into the sea and chased the sea snake. Now Wang Yi has 2 choices before him. Running away. Tsuchimikado Yuryu's unlimited mana doesn't know how long it will last, he will definitely come to deal with him. Or, we can only grab it hard, but it is too dangerous. Repair the fishing net and only catch 1 sea snake at a time. These sea snakes are busy eating carcasses, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, Wang Yi accidentally glanced at the repair fishing net accessories on his phone. Upgrade fishing net accessories. Use the sea snake tendon to upgrade the fishing net to level 5. Big sea snake tendon. There is it in the space ring. Upgrade fishing net. Consumption of sea snake tendon x10. Congratulations, you have obtained the 5th level fishing net. The carcass of the sea snake in the space ring. 1 sea snake had exactly 10 tendons peeled off and integrated directly into the fishing net. Then the fishing net is shot out to tie up the sea snake swimming in the water. Done. The 6 sea snakes, all tied up and devouring the corpses crazily, thought they were 4th-order fishing nets and could be easily bitten through. Who knew that they were biting desperately, but this time they couldn't break through the shackles of the fishing net. This. Wang Yi waved his hand. Fire the harpoon. Harpoons were shot out from the window, instantly smashing the limbs of 6 sea snakes and knocking the bones out of the beast elixir inside. As long as Wang Yi strikes again, these 6 sea snakes will turn into soul power. At that moment, Zhang San, who was filming in the distance, exclaimed, "It's above his head." He saw Tsuchimikado Yuryu above his head and gathered all his strength. A huge ghost was summoned from behind him. The giant ghost has a rotten face and opens its mouth to reveal 4 fangs. In the ghost's mouth, a purple light beam lighted up. Anyone who is not a fool can see that the power of that light beam is extremely terrifying. People watching the live broadcast suddenly became nervous. In the sky, Tuyuman Yulong laughed wildly. Wang Yi, if you avoid it, the soul power of these 6 sea snakes will belong to me. If you don't avoid it, you will be the one who dies. The mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole follows behind. Zhang San live room. Park Jae-hee. This Wang Yi has cerebral palsy, right? The old dog of Tuyuman has 6 million combat power, he and that old dog fight for sea monsters. Long Yutian. I don't understand why Wang Yi wants to fight against Tuyuman to fight for the sea monster in this situation. Zhao Dazu. Yes, this old dog sacrificed 50 years of his life in exchange for unlimited mana. Shouldn't he run away? Play the game the way everyone does. As long as you see the opponent opening up, your first reaction is basically to avoid it, right? When the opponent is stronger than you, no one will say that I resist hard. I just want to take advantage of the opponent's big. I just want to grab the baron when the opponent opens the big. No one would do this, right? But Wang Yi, who has always been scheming, didn't escape when Tu Yuman Yulong went berserk. This is going down. Suchimayuman Yulong directly goes around and opens wide. If Wang Yi doesn't dodge this wave, he will definitely die. He dodged it and gave away 6 sea snakes in vain. But just when everyone thought Wang Yi was going to hide away, Wang Yi, who was standing on the bow of the boat, shrugged and continued to hold the Lengyu Miao Dao in his hand tightly, aiming at the 6 big snakes in the net and killing them one by one. Neuropathy. Don't you want to hide from this? The other side is wide open, and you don't even want to dodge. Even the elf girl was hiding in the boat, with a panicked look on her face. Employer, run away. Stop grabbing those snakes. It's not a big problem. Wang Yi still didn't know whether to live or die, standing on the bow of the boat. Kill the 5th level sea snake and obtain 1 million soul power. Kill the 5th level sea snake and obtain 1 million soul power. He kept waving the Lengyu Miao knife in his hand, slashing at the sea snake's beast pill. Seeing this scene, Tsuchimikado Yuryu was stunned. You kid, do you want your soul rather than your life? Employer. The elf girl rushed out of the boat and tried to push Wang Yi away. At this time, the ghostly light beam overhead had already blasted down. Seeing that beam of light, everyone watching Zhang San's live broadcast held their breath and forgot to breathe. There was only a terrifying loud noise, and the whole ship was shaking. The shock wave generated by the explosion pushed away the surrounding energy. When everyone recovered from the shock, Wang Yi was calm and composed, holding the elf girl in his left hand and holding a Miao knife in his right hand. I go, Wang Yi, isn't that a big deal? How can it be? Tsuchimikado Yuryu in the sky was originally full of confidence. This charged ghost cannon will definitely knock Wang Yi out in seconds. But after the explosion, Wang Yi not only didn't do anything wrong, but also acted cool while hugging the girl. The strong wind rolled up his robe, and he was wearing royal magic knight armor. He was also holding this silly elf girl in his arms. Wang Yi sighed. Hey, if something happens to me, how can I stand here and use my skills hard? Sophia, are you stupid? Quote. The elf girl only remembered the moment before the explosion, when she wanted to push Wang Yi out. What she was thinking about was that the two of them fell into the sea together and avoided the attack of the ghost cannon. After she passed, Wang Yi picked her up and held her in his arms with one hand. The armor attached to his body made the hugged elf girl blush. Employer, what's going on? You frightened me, how can you withstand such a terrifying hand? Wearing the royal magic knight armor, Wang Yi smiled secretly. This was a gift from the queen to him. He keeps wearing the armor he procured from a super rich woman for free. It can resist 30 level 6 attacks and is immune to most level 5 attacks. The position of the armor can block 5th level attacks, but of course the soft armor position cannot. It is equivalent to wearing a high-end body armor. If a pistol bullet hits you, you will still feel pain, but it will not be penetrated by the body armor. Immunity is equivalent to not being able to break armor, but it will still hurt when you are hit. However, this armor comes with 30 magic shields, which is why Wang Yi dared to stand and attack head-on. After killing all 6 big snakes, Wang Yi took a look at his combat effectiveness. Combat power, 715.3 W. Each one absorbs millions of soul power. Not bad, not bad. He was relaxed and at ease, holding his sister in his arms. Everyone who watched Zhang San's live broadcast was shocked. Tsuchimikado Yuryu in the sky, his expression gradually changed from madness at the beginning to fear. Impossible, impossible. Tsuchimikado Yuryu didn't expect that his full attack would be blocked by Wang Yi. How can this be? Doesn't he want to suffer even a little bit of harm? His confident blow was like scratching an itch, not even a single hair on Wang Yi's body was shaved off. Tsuchimikado Yuryu's expression changed from madness, fear, to despair. Wang Yi looked at Tuyuman Yulong floating in midair. His face was full of fear and disbelief. He sacrificed 50 years of life in exchange for short-term unlimited mana. Wang Yi, wearing the royal magic knight armor, looked indifferent. He didn't expect that the armor given to him by the queen was so powerful. The built-in 30 magic shields are simply not too comfortable. Look at Tsuchimikado Yuryu in midair. As long as his attack does not exceed level 6, the magic shield on his body will not break. Invincible, simply cheating. Then the next step is to deal with Tsuchimikado Yuryu. Just when Wang Yi raised the Lengyu Miao Dao, preparing to kill him with one blow. Boom! A dragon roar came from the bottom of the sea. Before everyone could react, I saw something bigger than a big snake, emerging directly from the bottom of the sea, and swallowed Tsuchimikado Yuryu with a bloody mouth. This, Tsuchimikado Yuryu, who was in midair, was swallowed 350 miles into his stomach by the sea beast that emerged on the spot. Regional notification. The smell of blood in this area has attracted the deep-sea dragon. Once the deep-sea dragon sets its sights on its prey, it will continue to pursue it. Am I stupid? After the deep-sea dragon in front of him swallowed Tuyumin Yulong directly, his eyes stared straight at Wang Yi. This deep-sea dragon, covered in pitch-black scales, grinned to reveal a mouthful of fangs. It focused on those cute elf girls on Wang Yi's boat. The deep-sea dragon spits out snake-like worms, its tongue searching for the smell in the air. It smelled the fragrance of the elf, and mucus began to flow from its entire mouth. Drooling, Wang Yi raised his hand to identify. Deep-sea dragon. Level 6. Combat strength, 28.5 million. This, deep-sea dragon, a very stubborn sea beast. Once it sets its sights on its prey, it will never give up. Wang Yi immediately picked up the phone and pressed the start button. Engine thrust at full speed. The 4 engines pushed the turtle boat to escape quickly. BGBJ. The deep-sea dragon swam rapidly, chasing Wang Yi's boat. This scene shot by Zhang San made everyone break into a cold sweat. The smell of blood actually attracts deep-sea monsters. Who can beat this? Zhang San live room. Chen Yizhou, brother Wang Yi, this is so difficult. Su Qi. Anyway, at this stage, even big guilds like ours have no hope of being able to control it. Long Yutian, the 6th order deep-sea dragon, you can tell by looking at the scales on it that it can't be penetrated. Zhao Dazu. Oh my goodness, Wang Yi is finished now. I saw the turtle boat fleeing the scene at high speed, but the deep-sea dragon was also in hot pursuit. The distance between the two sides gradually widened. Su Qi. Oh, I don't know where Wang Yi got his engine from. It's quite fast. In the picture, Wang Yi's boat gradually moved away from the deep-sea shark, several kilometers away. At the stern of the boat, Wang Yi looked at the deep-sea dragon getting further and further away with a solemn expression. The elf girl next to her breathed a sigh of relief. Employer, I finally got rid of it. I saw that the deep-sea dragon had been thrown away 3 kilometers away. It glanced at Wang Yi's boat and then dived into the sea. Did it give up? Are you going to give up on this deep-sea dragon? The elf girls looked like they were surviving a disaster, and they were all thankful. Wang Yi also turned down the propeller flame to save fuel. But I always feel like something is wrong. Wang Yi's expression was solemn. The elf girl glanced at Wang Yi curiously. Employer, why is it so spicy? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There is an ominous feeling. Wang Yi immediately pressed the engine, full power injection. Boom. Flames spurt, propelling the turtle ship again. Then I saw a rumble in the water, and a deep-sea dragon emerged from the bottom of the sea. Su Qi. What a guy. Chen Yizhou. Don't give up after chasing you to the end of the world. Zhao Dazu. My scalp is numb and I have lost my mind. This deep-sea dragon identified Wang Yi, and Zhang San was holding up his mobile phone to record the live broadcast next to him, and it didn't even look at it. The deep-sea dragon's mind is full of delicious elves. The elf smells so good. When you eat it, you will definitely feel the milky aroma overflowing. While chasing, the deep-sea dragon was drooling. This reminded Wang Yi of his first day rafting. On the first day of rafting, I was chased by a shark. Finally, the elf girl was invited to shoot the mutated shark in the head with one arrow. Hate, looking at the deep-sea dragon following behind, chasing after him. Wang Yi seems to have returned to the original time. The only thing that made him relax was probably that the deep-sea dragon couldn't catch up with it. But it's certain for now. No matter how far I run, this deep-sea dragon will chase me desperately. The elf girl was also very annoyed. This monster is never finished. Sisters, use a harpoon to bombard it. The elves brought forward the harpoon cannon and fired 3 rounds at the deep-sea dragon. Jingle bell. 3 harpoons hit the scales of the deep-sea dragon, causing sparks to fly. So hard. The harpoon made of special steel can no longer harm the deep-sea dragon at all. Don't waste the harpoon bullets, it can't catch up with us now. Wang Yi stopped these elf girls. The only way to crack it is to buy weapons that can hunt deep-sea dragons from Wanji Taobao. Employer, what should we do? It keeps chasing us. We can't do anything but run away. The elf girl is very anxious. She also knows that there are many treasures and novel things to explore in the world of Wang Yi. But being chased by this deep-sea dragon all the time, I couldn't do anything, couldn't upgrade, couldn't get stronger. Dead end. But Wang Yi said, have you ever thought that it would be nice to let it chase you? This is an upgrade experience pack that follows us. Ha, the employer said that this deep-sea dragon is an experience package. Now Wang Yi can only say that there is good news and bad news. The bad news is that you can't get rid of this deep-sea dragon. The good news is that it can't catch up to the ship. World Channel, Park Jae-hee, Hangwo District, it's so miserable. Wang Yi is being chased all the time. I'm afraid he won't be able to upgrade and become stronger. Yangwo District Wang Yi, send me your address. Park Jae-hee, Hangwo District, ha. Boss Wang Yi also needs my help. Yangwo District Wang Yi, no, I just took this pet to play on your territory. Park Jae-hee, Hangwo District, no, 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 no. Brother, I was wrong. Joke, now Wang Yi is followed by a plague god. Although the god of plague cannot catch up with Wang Yi, his 6th level strength is there. Now if Wang Yi goes to his territory, who can stand it? One sentence made Park Jae-hee dare not speak anymore. If anyone dares to say anything now, Wang Yi will immediately take this deep-sea dragon to their house for a visit. Tsuchimikado Yuryu, who said he would kill instantly, immediately let this deep-sea dragon swallow him. Who dares to say a word? Wang Yi, who was leaning on the boat, looked behind him and saw the deep-sea dragon chasing after him. No matter how far I run, as long as I slow down in another place, this deep-sea dragon will appear again. It seems to be able to locate ultra-long distances. It can track Wang Yi no matter where he runs dozens of kilometers away. Touching his chin, Wang Yi speculated to himself. It must be the smell of tracking us, or the smell of thruster flames. There is only one possibility. Its tongue is very powerful, and it can detect smells through its snake-like tongue. It could be the smell of a burning propeller flame, or the smell of a locked person. Or it relies on these 2 flavors to chase people. The only way may be to purchase advanced weapons to kill it. At this moment, the elf girl came running all the way. Employer, the sisters are all scared. Don't you want to find a way to deal with the dragon? After all, who wouldn't be afraid of being chased by this 6th-order deep-sea dragon? From time to time it emerges from the bottom of the sea and appears mysteriously. Wang Yi in front of him looked calm. It swims very fast in the sea, but it can't smell our scent when it dives into the water, so it floats up to follow our scent while diving. This deep-sea dragon swims very fast in the sea, so I can always keep up. But if it dives into the sea, it will definitely not be tracked by scent. Employer, do you still have the time to analyze this? We are being chased by that monster. Employer. Seeing the elf girl excited, Wang Yi stretched out his hand and pinched her mouth. Pink and cute. Ah, employer. You still have the heart to tease me. The elf girl slapped Wang Yi's thieving hand away, her face flushed with embarrassment. We are clearly in crisis. Why? Are you still teasing her? For Wang Yi, he doesn't think this is a crisis. There is pressure, but there are ways to deal with it. Being chased by this deep-sea dragon is not an option. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yi looked at his space ring. Level 5 Recovery Potion. I had planned to make potions and sell them, but now I just have the time. Sell potions, and then find a way to make a weapon that can break through the defense of level 6 monsters. You have to do some research on what the price of the 5th level recovery potion is on Taobao in 10,000 realms. Search, Level 5 Recovery Potion. Royal Academy of Magic Flagship Store, Level 5 Recovery Potion, 2,000 gold coins per bottle. Snow Witch Private Shop Level 5 Recovery Potion, 1995 gold coins per bottle. Ice and Snow Kingdom Official Store Level 5 Recovery Potion, 1999 gold coins per bottle. They are all around 2000, and there are also expensive ones like 2050. Prices are at this stage. Others sell it at this price, but Wang Yi sells it for 1990 a bottle. It can make others cheaper. The several stores found here are the ones with the highest sales. The monthly sales are as high as 999 plus, which shows how popular the recovery potion business is. Picking up the phone, Wang Yi listed Level 5 Recovery Potion. Hang up all 120 bottles of recovery potions in your hand. Warm-hearted shop recommends 5th level of high efficiency and high recovery. Unique taste and quick absorption. The old routine is on the shelves. Use another wave of promotional coupons. He was upgraded to a Samsung store before, and the system gave him a lot of gifts. Use promotional coupons. Done. Wang Yi was full of confidence. Sophia, let's just wait to collect the money. Employer, that. The elf girl hesitated to speak. She didn't know what to say. Should she tell Wang Yi? This recovery potion business is not what Wang Yi imagined. The water here is very deep. When Wang Yi was lying on the sofa, waiting for sales. 20 minutes passed. Not a single sales volume increased. I go. Is this promotional coupon fake? Didn't the system agree to push 100,000 customers and push big data? It's strange, why have there been no sales for a long time? He was a little dumbfounded. No one bought this recovery potion. At this time, the elf girl standing aside said weakly, that employer, this recovery potion. Others only look for old shops, private shops have no business. 0. Hearing the elf girl's words, he would be a little confused for a while. How to say? Sophia in front of her pointed at the store with the best sales in the front row. They are all old stores that have been in business for hundreds of years, and they all started at least 10 years ago. Recovery potions are used to save lives in battle. Everyone only trusts the old stores, and no one is willing to trust these new stores with their lives. Restoration potions can't go wrong. Drink it during battle. If the effect is not good, you will die directly. The stuff in the new store, no one buys it. What to do? I still have a pile of ashes in my hand, and I want to make a profit by using the recovery potion and blood. The current situation is that even a bottle of potion cannot be sold. It's over, let's compete. Wang Yi was not worried at all when he was chased by deep-sea dragons before. He regarded the recovery potion as the trump card for the Jedi's counterattack. Result: no. Wang Yi slapped his face hard and gave up easily. It was not his character. We have to find a way. How about setting up a live broadcast to bring goods? Look towards the group. Warm-hearted buyer group. Heartwarming little seller. At all members, dear bosses. I have recently launched a recovery potion. Old Taoist from Longhu Mountain, recovery potion. No, brother, the water in the recovery potion market is very deep, you can't grasp it. It's dirt. This recovery potion is from a traditional store. It's like buying traditional Chinese medicine. Suppose there are two stores in the market. One is a century-old traditional Chinese medicine store, and the other is a young doctor who has just opened a few days ago and looks unqualified. Which one do you choose? On one side is a bottle from a time-honored brand for 2,000 gold coins, and on the other side is a bottle from a newly opened store for 1,990 gold coins. If it were me, I would choose a time-honored brand. Polar Lord. This thing is difficult to make, and the profit is limited. Small seller. Why do you suddenly want to be in the recovery potion business? It's hard to sell this stuff in a new store. Is it difficult to sell new stores? This makes Wang Yi a little distrustful. But looking at the performance of everyone in the group, no one is willing to buy it. How to fix this? I originally thought that by selling potions, I could buy powerful weapons directly from Wanji Taobao, beat the deep sea dragon, and then upgrade and take off. It turns out that I took it too naturally and almost forgot about the dangers of the market. Wang Yi calmed down immediately. He studied advertising design in college, and he also knows something about market research. My medicine is very effective, but no one buys it. Not well known enough, no one is willing to risk buying. What to do? Market research. The first 3 stores offering 5th level recovery potions, he wanted to see how effective the potions in these stores were. Is the recovery effect of each model different? Royal Academy of Magic Flagship Store Level 5 Recovery Potion, 2000 gold coins per bottle. Snow Witch Private Shop Level 5 Recovery Potion, 1995 gold coins per bottle. Ice and Snow Kingdom Official Store Level 5 Recovery Potion, 1999 gold coins per bottle. Wang Yi bought a bottle from all 3 stores to try. It's a bit painful, but for market research, I can only buy it with tears. Shopping cart settlement, 5,994 gold coins. Balance, 51,986 gold coins and 29 silver coins. I reluctantly bought these 3 bottles of potion at a high price. It's all branded. There are 3 brands written in different world characters: Royal, Snow Witch, and Ice and Snow. It does look different. The recovery potion squeezed out of my own magic fruit is blue with a hint of purple. Their recovery potion is different, it's light blue, and there's a lot of it. The elf girl immediately saw the difference. Wow, my employer has a lot of medicinal crystals. It is also a 5th level recovery potion. Wang Yi's medicine bottles are much smaller than theirs. They are almost 500 milliliters, while Wang Yi is equivalent to 300 milliliters. It's equivalent to the difference between bottled Coke and canned Coke. The amount they gave is so generous. Boss, your little bottle doesn't look reliable. As soon as the elf girl finished speaking, Wang Yi lightly tapped her on the head. Are you stupid? The less I have, the more concentrated an essence I have. After hearing this sentence, the elf girl suddenly realized, yes. Look at the 3 bottles of recovery potions in front of you. How to experiment? Wang Yi looked at the deep sea dragon that was following behind him. Test its power. Just in time, try the Lengyu Miao Dao you have in hand. Hold the Lengyu Miao Dao tightly in your hand. The 5th level potion can replenish 2 million magic powers at a time. Then charge up your energy and shoot. Try the frost wave that injects 2 million combat power. Taking a deep breath, he aimed at the deep sea dragon chasing after him. Wang Yi shouted angrily. A wave of the Lengyu Miao knife in his hand. 2 million combat power converted into magic power. A huge wave of more than 10 meters rolled up, and the air of frost instantly froze. In front of the deep sea dragon, a large piece of sharp ice crystal appeared. The deep sea dragon that has been chasing its prey is thinking about one thing with its simple brain. This ship will always stop. Suddenly, the deep sea dragon, who was thinking about life, was hit by a huge frost wave. It roared in pain. The power of the +5 Lengyu Miao Dao increases by 350%. The modified damage of this weapon actually caused a bit of pain to the deep sea dragon. Blood oozed from its scales. The deep sea dragon roared and sprinted forward. Unfortunately, it was not a dragon, it had only evolved to the stage of a dragon. Only powerful brute force and hard unicorn armor. The water spells sprayed from its mouth are too close and cannot hit if it is far away, so it can only pursue Wang Yi angrily. Standing at the stern of the boat, Wang Yi saw that the dragon had been beaten to blood by himself. He looked at the Lengyu Miao Dao in his hand with some disbelief. I feel like if it's powerful enough, it's not impossible to kill this thing. The 350% damage bonus of Lengyu Miao Dao, on the basis of 2 million, increases the damage by 3.5 times. This blow has a damage correction of 2 million plus 7 million. This blow is equivalent to 9 million combat power. Grass, a bit scary. Then if he strikes with all his strength. Wang Yi immediately drank the recovery potion, and then looked at the deep sea dragon behind him. He struck with all his strength and accumulated 7 million mana. Wouldn't he be able to kill this deep sea dragon with great force? Thinking of this, Wang Yi took a deep breath. Frost fighting spirit. The power of water. The full moon guides the tide. When he saw Wang Yi accumulating strength, Deep Sea Jiao felt danger. It roared and rolled up huge waves, forming a shield. One person and one dragon develop skills, hedge. Wang Yi's full blow was channeled with the bonuses of frost fighting energy, water magic, and full moon magic. Together with the deep sea dragon, he rolled up huge waves. The ice waves and the black waves collided with each other. People from more than 10 kilometers away can see this scene and hear the sound of the ice colliding with the sea water. There was a loud roar that could be heard clearly by people dozens of kilometers away. He used a huge wave to block Wang Yi's attack. At the same time, Zhaolong dodged and avoided the incoming frost. The dragon's mouth was wide open and full of sharp fangs. It seemed to be laughing at Wang Yi's ignorance. The huge waves it created blocked most of the attacks. At the same time, Wang Yi's charged attack was too obvious. Although the deep-sea dragon is a beast, it is not a fool. Please don't joke with its IQ. Any animal can sense danger, but is it a dragon? 16. It's easy to detect when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers, and when ice and water elements gather. The intuition of beasts is more sensitive than that of humans. He charges up and amplifies his move, making it impossible for the deep-sea dragon to avoid it. Seeing the deep-sea dragon taunting him, Wang Yi didn't pay much attention. This made him realize that there was still a level gap. He needs a full blow to hurt the deep-sea dragon, but the deep-sea dragon can easily avoid Wang Yi's full blow. At the same time, the deep-sea dragon defends very easily, and its defensive magic is released almost instantly. Wang Yi charged up his power for tens of seconds, and the deep-sea dragon blocked his attack in less than a second. This shows how powerful this beast is. If it is under the sea, it is its home field. It's possible that after the deep-sea dragon came to the water, it couldn't exert its full combat power. Just like when a person falls into the sea beast kills him at will. After the sea beast comes to the water, it will also be partially weakened. On the water, people have the advantage. Underwater, the sea once dominated. At the same time, Wang Yi also understood the difference in levels. The higher the level, the faster it charges. It takes a long time to accumulate 7 million combat power, and high-level monsters can easily dodge his attacks. But the purpose this time is not to kill the deep-sea dragon, but to test the recovery potion. Take a long breath. Wang Yi closed his eyes to check his status. This bottle is a royal restoration potion. It takes 3 seconds to be fully replenished after drinking. 3 seconds. In an instant, Wang Yi smelled a business opportunity. He immediately drank both the Snow Witch and the Snow Kingdom's recovery potion. All are restored in 3 seconds. 3 seconds, it takes 3 seconds for their potion to be fully absorbed after drinking it. Wang Yi suddenly started to laugh. The elves around looked over curiously. Employer, are you okay? When you drink the recovery potion, doesn't it take 3 seconds to absorb it? This is already the fastest. The elf girls looked confused, not knowing what Wang Yi was laughing at. Sophia was a little worried. Are employers unable to take the hit? Being chased by deep-sea dragons, the recovery potion cannot be sold. Could it be that the employer was so stimulated that he went crazy? Stop. The elf girl held Wang Yi's hand worriedly. Employer, if we really can't do it, we can go to other worlds. Don't scare me. Wang Yi, who was laughing wildly, didn't even offend the deep-sea dragon. It roared crazily from behind, not knowing what curse words it was saying. This man is laughing wildly. He is actually laughing wildly. If you can't defeat the deep-sea dragon, what right do you have to laugh? And why is the Prime Minister laughing? Oh no, I've been summoned again. Wang Yi found that the market research he did was spent on understanding other people's products. Is correct. It takes 3 seconds for someone else to absorb the recovery potion after drinking it. But he is different. Drink his recovery potion and absorb it immediately. Theoretically, as long as you drink it quickly enough, you'll be back in seconds. The speed of recovery depends on the size of your mouth and the speed of swallowing. Wang Yi took out his 5th level recovery potion. My heart-warming recovery potion is completely different. After obtaining competitor product data, Wang Yi directly picked up the phone. Heart-warming little seller. At all members, everyone, my potion will be restored in seconds. It is several times more effective than the 3 old brand 5th level recovery potions on the market. If you don't believe me, come and argue. Old Taoist from Longhu Mountain, just blow it. Lord of the Polar Regions, stop making trouble, little seller. The recovery potion that everyone recognizes is a 3-second recovery. Witch Lana. Oh, really? At this time in the Royal Academy of Magic. Witch Lana looked at the phone curiously. This warm-hearted little seller always brings surprises to her. The Royal Academy of Magic's funds are largely earned from selling things for On Wanji Taobao. Magic recovery potions have always been one of the main sources of income for the Magic Academy. She was a little curious. Wang Yi actually dared to launch a magic recovery potion to compete with the established stores. Oh ho, interesting. Which Lana? Give me a bottle, how much does it cost? Heartwarming little seller. 2,000 bottles. The price may increase later. If you want to buy it quickly, you will not have this opportunity if you miss it. More price increases. What a loud tone. At this time, Wang Yi's buyer group already numbered tens of thousands. Many people are curious. However, most of these tens of thousands of people are low-end customers. They are all customers with low strength and little money. It's okay to spend a few gold coins to buy fish and meat. They really couldn't afford a bottle of recovery potion worth 2,000 gold coins. Which Lana? Okay, what if the effect is not good? Heartwarming little seller. If you get a fake, you will get 3 for 1. Which Lana? If it doesn't work, will you refund 6,000 gold coins? Heartwarming little seller. No problem. I dare say, it is definitely better than the ones in the other 3 stores. Chapter 91. Lana was doubtful, because the magic recovery potion is made from a collection of various medicinal materials. The raw materials are very expensive, and then they have to be refined by an alchemist to create a recovery potion. For a bottle of 5th level recovery potion worth 2,000 gold coins, its raw material price is only 1,000 gold coins. This is the basic cost. Then you have to hire an alchemist to refine it, and the alchemist's salary is 200 gold coins for each bottle. Then there are various miscellaneous costs, such as packaging, publicity costs, and storage costs. It can be said that if they sell a bottle of 5th level recovery potion, they can earn 300 to 400 gold coins. There are too many people competing, and everyone knows the profit margin is about the same. However, she didn't know that the recovery potion from the heartwarming little seller was different. He used the magic tree seeds given by the marine system, which directly absorbed the light essence, and the squeezed juice was distilled and refined, which is the purest magic power. To do business, you need to understand the advantages of your own products, compare them with the advantages and disadvantages of others, and highlight your own highlights. Wang Yi's magic recovery potion that restores power in seconds has obviously found its niche. Reply in seconds. At this time, he is in the shooting range of the Royal Academy of Magic. Lana is holding the potion and preparing to test it. There are a large number of students in the shooting range, and everyone is testing the magic they have learned in the Academy's shooting range. When this little witch girl was about to raise her hand to summon the full moon, boom, there was a loud noise. But all the students were not surprised. Because people in the Magic Academy often do experiments and explosions, just like chemistry classes. Everyone is used to the explosions coming from the classroom from time to time. I don't know which teacher did the experiment. With this power, the teacher won't be using the magic of the stars to blow himself up, right? The pursuit of magic is inherently dangerous. It's not like in movies and anime, where you can learn it casually. Magical experiments are inherently highly dangerous. But Lana felt very strange. That's wrong, the sound is so loud. Could it be that some teacher blew up the teaching building? If it's true, that teacher will be miserable. Just when everyone was laughing and laughing, a red star rises in Kongchen. It's warning magic. It's a warning. There is an intruder. Someone has invaded the academy. The students suddenly panicked. Which Lana looked at the sky, frowning. The magic circle of the academy has been broken, and an intruder came in through the gap. I saw the magic circle in the sky was broken, and a large number of giant eagles flew into the academy and attacked Lana. Not good. These giant eagles are here to assassinate her. The students around them all showed their magic. Protect the princess. At this moment, the students at the Magic Academy also knew. The other party has a purpose, which is to assassinate the next heir to the empire. Starlight magic and moon magic flew into the sky. The giant eagles exploded in midair, with bird feathers flying all over the sky. Seeing the intensive magic, the giant eagle attacked Tina. They changed their tactics and started targeting those students. Students were caught one by one and were torn apart by several giant eagles in the sky. The sharp claws tore these college students into several pieces, and the scene was extremely terrifying. It happened so suddenly that the teachers didn't have time to rush over. If attacks on the academy are allowed, money will be lost and future talents will be harmed. Those who can enter the Royal Academy of Magic are the proud ones of the Empire. Lana didn't have time to hesitate. She raised her staff, cold moon mist. The moon shattered and turned into ice crystals filled with mist, forming a large protected area. Once those birds are exposed to ice crystals, they will quickly freeze and suffer frostbite, making them unable to fly flexibly and being hit. Lana protected everyone, but Lang Yu's mist has a huge range and consumes her magic power crazily. The surrounding students were moved and shouted, "Protect the princess! Fight hard!" Lana took a deep, painful breath. The scope of the Lang Yu mist was too large. In order to protect everyone, she covered the whole place with Lang Yuan. How big is this shooting range? The area is equivalent to several football fields. She protected so many students from being attacked by giant eagles. The mana was consumed too quickly, and she felt like she was going to be drained. Lana quickly took out a bottle of recovery potion. But it's not the Warm Heart brand. When fighting, she would definitely use the recovery potion produced by her own academy as soon as possible. Reliable, because she didn't know how effective Wang Yi's potion was. She must ensure the reliability of the medicine's effect immediately and drink something she can trust first. After drinking 3 bottles in a row, Lana felt that the speed of replenishment could not keep up with the speed of consumption. No, I'm almost dizzy. Hao Qian Zhao. His mental energy was drained, and there was no recovery potion in his hand. There is only 1 bottle of Warm Heart brand recovery potion. So far, do you just drink it? Small seller, I hope you won't cheat me. Lana opened the bottle cap and drank it in 1 gulp. The moment she drank it, an astonishing light burst out from her eyes. She felt that the magic power that was about to dry up was instantly replenished. 2 million, the instant replenishment shocked her. I was drowsy at first, but suddenly I got headaches. The coldness enters the throat and goes straight to the brain. At this time, the magic professor rushed to the scene with his teacher. Seeing this scene, Lana finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, Goddess of the Moon, the recovery potion given by the small seller really heals me in seconds. Thanks to the little seller's bottle of recovery potion, she instantly cheered up. Otherwise, she really didn't know what the consequences would be if she fainted at this time. As soon as the teachers took action, the giant eagles on the scene were instantly killed by the magic of the stars. The teachers easily killed the attacking monsters, and the professors immediately filled the gap in the sky. Now the Royal Academy of Magic is once again protected by the magic circle. The Snow Witch strode over. Heal the injured. Use the rebirth technique quickly to splice the students' hands and feet back together. Those students who were missing arms and legs miraculously regained their arms and limbs with the help of teachers. Seeing the teachers arriving, Lana relaxed completely and sat down on the ground with her feet soft. If it weren't for the small seller's potion, she really wouldn't have been able to survive the arrival of the teachers. When Professor Snow Witch arrived, she excitedly held the professor's hand. Professor, this recovery potion. It will heal in seconds. It will heal in seconds. The Snow Witch didn't take Lana's words to heart at this time, she was more concerned about the attacker. What are those Academy Knights doing outside? The Academy spent more than $1 million to raise those knights, are they all trash? She angrily scolded these knights who were protecting the Academy. At this time, the Knight Commander strode forward and knelt down on 1 knee, the princess was shocked. Dear college leaders, this mistake is the responsibility of our college knight. As the Knight Commander, I am willing to be punished. The Snow Witch was furious, but she knew now was not the time to lose her temper. Ask for the ins and outs of the matter. What's going on? How can we let the enemy attack under our noses? The Knight Commander knelt down on 1 knee and lowered his head to report. The assassin released a 9th-level magic outside the academy, shattering the academy's protective shield and attracting a large number of birds. Where's the assassin? The Knight Commander waved his hand and asked someone to carry a body over. The assassin has been killed. This is the magic equipment he carried. The Snow Witch took it and took a look. Is a spell storage crystal. This assassin relies on the crystal in his hand to release the 9th-level magic prepared in advance. They are from the Red Sun Empire, and the 9th-level Flame God Fireball is stored in it. No wonder it can break through the protective barrier of the academy. The Snow Witch also knew that this was more than the knights could handle. The Knight Commander kept his head lowered. I am willing to be punished. Forget it, this matter is not something you can predict. But you must be punished. I will let you protect the princess personally for a month. During this month, you must follow the princess inseparably. The kneeling Knight Commander took off his helmet, and his long golden hair spread out. Under the cold helmet, there was a beautiful woman. I am willing to be punished. I am willing to protect the princess 24 hours a day. Lana next to her was confused. Let someone protect her 24 hours a day. She is going crazy. How can she concentrate on experiments and magic research? Even for a moment, she had the urge to run away from home. Having someone protect her 24 hours a day is simply more uncomfortable than killing her. Professor, can I refuse? The Snow Witch said with a straight face. No. The magician of the Red Sun Empire wants to assassinate you. You must be careful in the recent period. No accidents can happen. BGBF uncomfortable. Lana feels extremely uncomfortable now. By the way, what did you mean by recovery in seconds? As soon as she talked about recovery in seconds, Lana became energetic. Professor, look at this heart-warming recovery potion. The Snow Witch was stunned for a moment, then took the bottle and took a look. The bottle of this recovery potion is much smaller than theirs. Their recovery potions are all 500 milliliters. This bottle is only 300, right? You mean, the small seller's potion can reply in seconds? The Snow Witch was a little shocked. She even wanted to pick up her phone and ask Wang Yi immediately. But now that the college is being attacked, she has something to deal with. I'll ask the little seller later. Just stay in the magic tower. Your magic tower is the safest. As the magic tower where the imperial princess lives, it is naturally the top priority to protect. It would be safest for Lana to stay in seclusion during this period and stay in the magic tower. What is Korana's personality like? It was so uncomfortable to tie her up in the magic tower. And during this period, she will definitely not be able to go out anymore and will have to hide in the magic academy. What is the difference between this and going to jail? She was wishing that she was not a princess and wanted to go out for adventure. The Red Sun Empire can't defeat us on the frontal battlefield, but it actually comes to assassinate us. He returned to the magic tower angrily. Behind him was a blonde female Knight Commander. Lana was a little annoyed. There was a person standing next to her, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Now she can only talk to the small seller to ease her unhappiness. Warm-hearted buyer group. Which Lana? Little seller, I drank your potion. It's so cute. Longhushan old Taoist. Huo. Arctic Lord. No, the mainstay of your family's industry is recovery potion, right? Which Lana personally advertises it to others. The people in the group were shocked. The people at the Royal Academy of Magic store actually advertised to Wang Yi. Oh my god, doesn't this mean that Wang Yi's potion is really effective? Magical monk. Big news. Big news, the daughter of the actual owner of the Royal Academy of Magic actually admitted the effectiveness of the potion from a small seller. Hurry and forward it to other groups. Wang Yi hasn't looked at his phone yet. He was observing the situation at sea. This deep-sea dragon has been chasing and just won't stop. Now that the magic potions can't be sold, I have to think of other ways to make money. When being chased and unable to catch fish, how to make money is a problem. Just as Wang Yi was racking his brains, thinking about where to make some more money. Ding. You have the latest order, please ship it as soon as possible. Ding. You have the latest order, please ship it as soon as possible. Ding. You have the latest order, please ship it as soon as possible. Suddenly, Taobao reminders kept ringing on his phone, and he was stunned for a moment. Then he showed an incredible expression. All 119 bottles of recovery potions in stock were wiped out. I go, including the 120 bottles sold to which Lana before, a total of 240,000 gold coins have been received. Balance. 291,986 gold coins and 29 silver coins. I go. Why did sales suddenly soar? What happened? What happened? And sometimes, things always come together in groups. Global notification. Important. The soul power distribution system produces a large amount of waste without combat effectiveness. The system will cancel the guild soul power distribution system and replace it with killing to obtain soul power. The sudden global notification shocked drifters all over the world. The soul power distribution system has been changed. No longer is it the case that the guild boss just sits back and enjoys the success, becoming stronger without doing anything. World Chat Channel. Park Jae-hee. Ah she. How can I become stronger after this change? What a stupid system. As soon as Park Jae-hee finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck the top of his boat, making him shrink back in fright. If you scold the system, will you still get struck by lightning? Chen Yi-jo. This is very good. If you want to become fishy, you have to kill the monsters by yourself. Long Yudian. Indeed, many guild leaders have millions in combat power and have no combat experience. Wang Yi looked at the chat channel and couldn't help but feel excited. This system should have been abolished long ago. Spring is coming for me. Wang Yi felt his blood boil all of a sudden. In the past, when others formed a group, they could easily recruit people by relying on the strength of the team. He was alone and could only work hard to kill monsters to become stronger. That Tsuchimikado Yuryu has millions of fighting strength at home. This in itself is extremely unfair and unreasonable. Those who get something for nothing have become drifters of top combat power. Others can only work for him below. Those who dare to resist will be killed by these so-called top drifters. And if you look at Tsuchimikado Yuryu's fighting skills, he doesn't know how to fight at all. He just relies on his brute strength and skills to sacrifice his lifespan and throw big moves like crazy. Now, many big guys lying in the boat have to go out to fight in person in order to gain combat power. Wang Yi took a look at the new combat power introduction system. The soul power distribution system has changed. The amount of soul power obtained is distributed based on the damage caused by the killer to the monster. Understood. For example, when fighting a sea monster, you deal 80% damage. After the monster dies, you can get 80% of the soul power according to the damage distribution. That is, the harder you hit, the more soul power you get. Watching the world channel fall into chaos, this round of changes will cause a major reshuffle. This round of changes in soul power distribution, the most enjoyable one is Wang Yi. Now, those guild bosses can't just lie down and become stronger. As long as he relies on searching for treasures from all realms and killing sea beasts with his own strength, then his combat power will definitely return to its peak and become the top being on the drifter ladder list. The system must have realized that those useless presidents don't know how to fight. Wang Yi was frustrated before, because others could just lie down and become stronger without working hard. He works hard to survive, but he is not as good as others to pull tens of millions of people. It's okay now, if you don't fight, you don't deserve to become stronger. The potion was sold again, and the soul power distribution system was changed to a situation favorable to Wang Yi. Readily. There is no need to be submissive anymore, he is going to start punching hard. The deep sea dragon behind him, right. He had nearly 300,000 gold coins in his hand, enough to kill this Guangsheng. 0.00. And happy events really happened one after another just as Wang Yi thought. 0 o'clock has arrived, the 6th day of drifting at sea. All material supply boxes will no longer appear. Fresh water and food must be collected by the drifters themselves. The first Ship King competition is over, and the strongest Ship King this year has been selected, Wang Yi from Yangguo District, a medium-sized turtle ship. Congratulations to Wang Yi from Yangguo District for obtaining the design drawing of the magic crystal cannon. Oh, 3 blessings. When Wang Yi saw the design drawing, he looked excitedly at the pursuer behind him. He seemed to see a big experience bag. Magic crystal cannon. So cool. Magic crystal cannon. Type. Design drawing. Rarity. Epic level. Materials. Magic crystal X5. The higher the level of the magic crystal, the greater the charging power. Launch speed. Based on magic charging speed. As long as the level of the magic crystal is higher, the power it can emit will be greater. Then if you buy a 6th level magic crystal. Wang Yi looked at the deep sea dragon politely. It's time to make money and build a giant cannon. He looked behind him at the deep sea dragon that had been chasing him for a long time. Wang Yi picked up the phone and checked it. He urgently needs to get something to kill this deep sea monster that is chasing after him. But I didn't expect that the mobile phone message had already exploded. Battlefield Mage applies to join the warm-hearted buyer group. East China Sea Dragon Palace Shrimp Soldier applies to join the warm-hearted buyer group. Demon King Lu Bu applies to join the heart-warming buyer group. What? He can understand the shrimp soldiers of the East China Sea Dragon Palace. What's going on with this Demon King Lu Bu? Characters from the Three Kingdoms. It seems that there are many people who want to join the group, and it is too time-consuming for Wang Yi to click to agree to them all. Simply change the group to join the group automatically, no review required. 860. When Wang Yi puts some people into the group. East China Sea Dragon Palace Shrimp Soldier, East China Sea Pearls. Sea Cucumbers. Red corals are sold at cheap prices. Don't miss it if you pass by. East China Sea Dragon Palace Shrimp Soldier, East China Sea Pearls. Sea Cucumbers. Red corals are sold at cheap prices. Don't miss it if you pass by. East China Sea Dragon Palace Shrimp Soldier, East China Sea Pearls. Sea Cucumbers. Red corals are sold at cheap prices. Don't miss it if you pass by. Polar Lord. What the hell, it's blowing up the screen. East China Sea Dragon Palace Shrimp Soldier has been banned for 1 minute by the group owner, the Heartwarming Little Seller. Heartwarming Little Seller. This group prohibits spamming. Advertising is allowed, but you can only post 1 post per day. East China Sea Dragon Palace Shrimp Soldier. Aha, how offending. How offending. I'm going to place an order for a bottle of recovery potion, sorry to bother you all. East China Sea Dragon Palace Shrimp Soldier purchased your 5th level recovery potion. Your inventory has been exhausted, please restock as soon as possible. The Shrimp Soldier looked off the screen, but since he had spent 2,000 gold coins, Wang Yi didn't kick it away. Demon King Lu Bu. Potion. Where is the potion? I'll see if other groups will pass it on. What you sell here is an instant recovery potion. This. Wang Yi is very curious, why does Lu Bu call himself the Demon King? Click to see his world introduction. Demon King Lu Bu. Strength. Level 7. Buyer credit rating. High. World. Gaowu 3 Kingdoms Plain. Gaowu 3 Kingdoms Plain. It's a bit interesting. It seems like a world of 3 kingdoms with combat skills and magic power. And there were so many people here all of a sudden, with 999 plus messages, that Wang Yi didn't even know why he became famous. What happened? Why did he suddenly become angry? Suddenly there were at least 20,000 to 30,000 people in the group, all looking to buy the instant recovery potion. Heartwarming Little Seller. Everyone, who helped me advertise. Why did I suddenly become popular again? Which Lana, what do you think? Seeing this ID, he suddenly remembered. He first sold Lana a bottle of potion, why did it become so popular all of a sudden? Traveler Longhushan. You are so lucky, small seller. The daughter of the boss behind the Royal Academy of Magic has advertised for you. Do you think you can stop being popular? She shouted it in the group, and it was retweeted like crazy. Only then did Wang Yi discover Taobao news, which was on the hot search list. What is this? Shocked. A new type of recovery potion appears in this small store. New recovery potion, instant magic recovery potion. Warm Heart grocery store is a hit. Recommended by the princess, the instant recovery potion is extremely popular and sold out. However, this hot search should not be of all levels. The people who have come so far are all at levels 4 to 7. This Wanji Taobao should be pushed according to the user's level. For example, Wang Yi is currently in the late 5th level. It is impossible for the system to push him a 9th level item that he cannot afford or use, right? According to the push of big data, Wanji Taobao will push you whatever products you have. There are so many people coming. Another look at the backstage. Many people came to try it and buy a bottle. But even if each person buys 1 bottle, the number of orders has reached an astonishing 2,852 types. I go. Tens of thousands of people poured in, most of them coming to watch the show or watching. But more than 2,000 people bought a bottle. He didn't expect that as the daughter of the boss behind the Royal Academy of Magic, Lana would bring him so much business with just 1 word. This witch lady is simply his lucky star. More than 2,000 bottles of recovery potions. I picked up more than 100 bones in the White Bone Cave before, and they can definitely be put to use. Sophia, Go and crush all the bone powder. Good employer. The elf girl was nearby, using a workbench to crack bones. Wang Yi grabbed 2 handfuls of bone powder with both hands, 10 portions, and began to use the magic medicine master's all things growth skill. The 10 magic trees began to bear large amounts of fruit. I'll go, this is too sour and refreshing. Each tree bears 12 fruits, and 10 trees equal 120 magic fruits. The elf girls on the ship are responsible for picking it and then putting it into the medicine table for refining. The whole ship became busy. Normally, these magic trees grow fruits very slowly. With the continuous growth of bone meal and skills, they absorb a large amount of moonlight essence and condense into plump magic fruits. Looking at the growing orders, Wang Yi laughs out of his dreams. Are you afraid of running out of money now? Just buy the materials and build a 6th level magic crystal cannon. Wouldn't this cannon kill the deep sea dragon behind? Search for the 6th order magic crystal. If you have money, you will have confidence. At this time, Witch Lana, I'm so annoyed, can I stay at your place for a while? Little seller, I want to discuss the full moon magic with you. Ha, the sudden news made Wang Yi not sure how to reply. Is this girl coming to stay? I always feel that it will do him no harm at all. Let's live with a pretty girl, she is quite strong. Let her stay on the boat and she can watch the boat for him. But when I see the strength of Witch Lana, well, Wang Yi decided to let her wait first. Witch Lana, level 6. If she came and casually killed the big snake chasing behind her, wouldn't she lose blood? Soul power is now distributed according to kills. You have to rely on your own strength to kill monsters in order to get the most souls. Instead of the past, it all depends on him Wang Yi. In the past, when the elf girl came to help, Wang Yi ate all the soul power of the monsters she killed. But it doesn't work now. The system has realized that the drifters trained by this set of rules are all wastes without actual combat capabilities. You must kill the sea beast with your own hands to obtain most of the soul power. Those large guild leaders with hundreds of thousands of people can no longer receive special privileges. On the contrary, most of the guilds are middle-level cadres and high-level cadres. He will turn against the president because of his soul-stealing power. Therefore, Wang Yi also plans to swallow this 6th order deep sea dragon for himself. It must be a pleasure to have one's soul power all to oneself. Heartwarming little seller. This is temporarily inconvenient. Witch Lana. Oh, when is it convenient for you? Heartwarming little seller. It depends on the situation. At this time in the magic tower, Witch Lana sighed. She looked back at the female knight captain who was inseparable from her. So annoying. No personal space at all. There were people stationed nearby, so she couldn't concentrate on her research. As a witch, she has always been withdrawn. There were very few people she could talk to. The warm-hearted little seller is the only Taobao friend she knows from Wanji Taobao. Because I talked to him about full moon magic. Those who like full moon magic must be like-minded people. She thought that during this period, it would be better to join a small seller. Hey, when the little seller is free, let me come over. It's really annoying. This female knight captain even had to follow her to take a shower. She was really miserable. Knight commander, I'm just going to take a shower, do you want to follow me? The blonde female knight said very calmly, this is the professor's punishment for me, and I am willing to accept the punishment. I must protect you 24 hours a day, and we must not let up. You are now at risk of being assassinated, and my subordinates cannot relax their vigilance. Wooden head, right, Lana sighed here. Wang Yi has already made money and is soft. Sprinkle bone powder, cultivate magic fruit, and then give it to the elf girls to go to the medicine refining table to refine the potion. Arrange the work and make the cannon. Search for the 6th level magic crystal. Royal Academy of Magic official flagship store, Snow Witch private store. There are many stores that sell 6th level magic crystals, but they have the best sales volume. Sure enough, this magic academy has a monopoly on many magic products on Wanji Taobao. It's no wonder that the Snow Witch is so rich that she offers him sky-high wages at every turn. 6th level magic crystal, 50,000 gold coins each. Purchase. Not short of money. There is plenty of money now. Purchase 6th level magic crystal X5, a total of 250,000 gold coins. Payment. Balance. 41,986 gold coins and 29 silver coins. Don't care at all. Now that the potion business is booming and orders are growing, Wang Yi has great confidence. I got the materials, which are 5 large ice blue crystals. This 6th level magic crystal is quite large. After cutting, it is almost as big as a full-length mirror, and it is very thick, half a meter thick, equivalent to a crystal pillar. Move the crystal to the tool table and place it down. Choose Fusion. 6th level magic crystal detected X5. Can make magic crystal cannon. Would you like to make it? Production. Then he saw the magic crystal begin to melt into liquid, and a thick transparent cannon appeared on Wang Yi's ship. Magic crystal cannon. Epic ship accessories. Can charge up to 99 million energy, and adjust the power according to the amount of energy charged. Charge. Magic crystal cannon. Charging progress. 1%. Charging speed. 1 full charge in 12 hours. Or you can choose to pour potions, elixirs, lightning and other charging methods to speed up charging. It takes half a day to absorb the full 99 million, which is actually quite fast. But do you have to wait? 400. I took a look at the deep sea dragon that was still chasing me, looking like a piece of psoriasis. Wang Yi touched his chin and thought for a moment. Let's charge it first. You can't use your own cultivated magic fruit to charge it. Anyway, this magic crystal cannon is charging, and when the time comes, it will give the deep sea dragon a fatal blow and send it directly to hell. Let's keep our sights on the potion. The elven girls are ingenious and put the collected fruits into the alchemy table. Wang Yi is responsible for using bone meal to induce birth. 134 pieces of bone meal can be scattered 67 times. Each tree will bear 12 fruits. After scattering them all, there will be 8,040 magic fruits. All refined into medicine. That's 8,040 bottles. A bottle costs 2,000, and if you sell them all. After doing the calculation, Wang Yi instantly felt overwhelmed with happiness. As long as all these goods are sold, he will be able to sit on the mountain of gold coins. Upgrade the hull, purchase luxury equipment, purchase top spells. Ding dong. When he was immersed in the dream of getting rich. Devil King Lu Bu. I bid 2,500 for each bottle, and I want you to deliver it to me first. Demon God Lu Bu. This Lu Bu is at the 7th level, and he actually came to buy his own potion. That's interesting. Wang Yi rolled his eyes and had an idea. Heartwarming little seller. Dear, do you want to help refine and synthesize it? 10 bottles of 5th level potion can be refined into 6th level, and 10 bottles of 6th level potion can be refined into 7th level. Demon King Lu Bu, is there such a good thing? Can you help me refine it? Heartwarming little seller. Of course, there is a handling fee, an additional 500 gold coins per bottle. Demon King Lu Bu, no problem. Heartwarming little seller. What about that? I'm curious to ask. Demon King Lu Bu, say. Warm-hearted little seller. Are you preparing for a big fight? Demon King Lu Bu. Ha ha ha, I just finished the Battle of Chibi, and I'm ready to pursue the victory. It's really fun. Seeing this scene, Wang Yi was stunned. Shouldn't this historical Lu Bu be killed in 199 AD? The Battle of Chibi seems to have been in 208 AD. It seems that the history of different worlds is different. This Lu Bu actually survived until the end of the Battle of Chibi. But he doesn't care about the history there, as long as he gives money. Heartwarming little seller. That bottle costs 3,000 gold coins. How many bottles does Mr. Lu Bu need? Demon King Lu Bu, give me 3,000 bottles. Hiss. Wang Yi made a calculation and made 9 million from this order. I'm going to kill you. Demon King Lu Bu, I conquered the city and plundered a large amount of resources. You are not short of money, just give me the best materials. Bold. He just likes bosses who don't bargain. Refining. Immediately refine it for Lu Bu. Quickly open the empty room on the 3rd floor and use the remaining materials on hand to make 10 medicine tables. Then pour the prepared 5th level recovery potion into it and start refining the 6th level. 10 bottles of 5th level potion are concentrated into essence, resulting in 1 bottle of 6th level potion. 10 bottles of level 6 and then concentrated, level 7 recovery potions are available. 7th level recovery potion. Recovery amount, 200 million. Refining is a bit harder and more time-consuming, but it can make money. After drinking this bottle of 7th level potion, Wang Yi would probably explode and die on the spot. There were 200 million magic powers concentrated in it, and it felt like what I was holding in my hand was not a potion, but a bottle of small nuclear bombs. After refining 30 bottles, Wang Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead and took a long breath. The refining provided by the Divine Medicine Master is really convenient. Warm-hearted little seller. It's been refined, can you ship it now? Devil King Lu Bu, let me wait. Ship the goods quickly, I'll give you the money, and bring the goods. 30 bottles of 7th level potions from a heartwarming little seller have been shipped. The other side, the world of Gaowu 3 Kingdoms. Relying on his own terrifying force, Lu Bu did not die in 199 like in normal history. But he lived until the Battle of Red Cliff. As a member of the coalition forces, he became Liu Bei's guest general. In this troubled world, he has an elite team of hundreds of people, all masters. After he killed Dong Zhou, he wandered around, became a thug of various forces, and attached himself to many warlords. Finally, he entered Yanzhou, occupied Puyang, and fought a bloody battle with Cao Cao for 2 years. After being defeated by Cao Cao, he had to turn to Liu Bei. Although Liu Bei didn't trust him very much. But in the 3 kingdoms of Gaowu, Liu Bu relied on his own fighting power to protect himself, and was not captured and executed like in normal history. After all, in the normal 3 kingdoms, no matter how high your force value is, hundreds of people will be sent to surround you. Even if you are extremely powerful and kill hundreds of people by yourself, you will fall down from exhaustion. But in the 3 kingdoms of Gaowu, Liu Bu repeatedly relied on his martial arts to jump out of the village. Relying on his superior force, he calls himself the Demon King Liu Bu, leads a group of warriors who practice blood arts, and becomes the target of various forces to win over. The Battle of Chibi was a complete victory, and Liu Bu also followed the coalition forces across the Yangtze River and captured cities and territories along the way. Money. Robbed. Liu Bei promised that after conquering the Yangtze River, he would find a fief for him. At this time, Liu Bu was already extremely swollen, rich and hot. Holding the warm heart restoration potion, Liu Bu opened the cork of the bottle and drank it in one gulp. Refreshing. This 7th level recovery potion is really refreshing. With 200 million magic powers instantly replenished, Liu Bu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. This stuff is so addictive when you drink it. The magic power just consumed was replenished a lot at once. Warm-hearted buyer group. Demon King Liu Bu, it's refreshing. What a joy. The recovery potion from the small seller is really addictive. 7th level potions can restore instantly. Demon King Liu Bu, I originally bought these potions for the people under my command. Unexpectedly, the small seller could actually refine the 7th level. Long de Hu Jiao Hushan Lao Dao, what? 7th level. A small seller can actually refine a 7th level potion. Warm-hearted little seller, huh? Isn't it normal to synthesize and refine 10 bottles of potion? TXT. Could it be said that only he has mastered this purification technology? Which Lana? Where did you get the materials to make the 7th level potion? Oh my god, the materials for the 7th level potion are difficult to come by, right? Lord of the Polar Regions, let me go. The small seller can already refine 7th level potions. Demon King Liu Bu, the effect is good. It is indeed replenished instantly after drinking it. I am sure I have received the goods. I give you a good review, little brother. Buyer confirms receipt of goods. Wanji Taobao received 9 million gold coins. 9 million gold coins, Woohoo takes off. At this time Wang Yi was trembling all over. It's a tremor of excitement. He clicked withdraw cash. Another moment, 9 million gold coins appeared in front of him. A mountain of gold filled the entire room. Lying directly on the pile of gold coins is so refreshing. It's so cold that Wang Yi can swim in the pile of gold coins. Employer, we have made all those magic fruits into potions. When the elf girl opened the door and came in. So dazzling. Wow, what's the situation? She closed her eyes to block the golden light with her hands, and saw that the room was filled with gold coins. When she opened the door, tens of thousands of gold coins flowed out and covered the soles of her feet. Higher, employer. The elf girl sat down on the ground, her legs lying limply. She had never seen so many gold coins in her life. That much money. The elf girl swallowed. It was too exaggerated, too scary, these money. Sophia, come and lie down together 080. One person and one elf, the two lay together on the pile of gold coins. She looked at the ceiling, which was illuminated by gold coins, and the room was filled with gold. Rapid heartbeat, dry mouth. This huge amount of wealth. Maybe for big stores like the Royal Academy of Magic, this is nothing, at best it's a lot of money. For Wang Yi and others, if I go, it will be a leap to a well-off society. There were piles of gold coins under him, and there was a beautiful elf lying next to him, feeling happier than ever before. What Wang Yi cares about is wealth. What about the elf girl? Her face was red at this time, and she was very happy to see her employer. She didn't know why, but she was also very happy. From the first day, I watched Wang Yi sitting in a small boat, penniless. How many days is it now? This mountain of wealth is simply faster than a rocket. I don't know why, her heart is beating so fast. Maybe it's the worship of power in nature. She couldn't help but leaned over and kissed Wang Yi. Wang Yi, who was immersed in his sudden wealth, was suddenly kissed by an elf girl. He was stunned at first BGBD. Then he laughed and hugged her. Sophia, we are rich. We. The elf girl was shy and excited. She seemed to be gradually falling in love with this human employer. Her mother once warned her that humans are all evil and covet the beauty of elves. But these days when he got along with Wang Yi, he respected the elf very much and didn't do anything excessive to her. It's not like what my mother said, all humans are greedy for elves. With my employer, I always have a lot of interesting adventures and can become stronger. If her employer lets her leave one day, Sophia no longer wanted to leave. She felt that exploring with her employer would always be so interesting. There are always various unknown enemies, and employers can always defeat them. She signed a century-old agreement with her employer. 100 years. At this time, the elf girls outside were attracted by the golden light. See Wang Yi and Sophia lying on the gold coins. Sophia was still like a little bird, leaning against the captain. The elf girls all covered their mouths with shock on their faces. Sensing someone else, Sophia was so frightened that she immediately sat up. Seeing the surprised expressions on her companions' faces, she didn't offer any explanation and just stayed beside Wang Yi with a blushing face. Wang Yi grinned and looked at Sophia. Aren't you afraid of what others will say? Just let them talk. The worst I can do is get scolded by my mother. She won't be able to survive. The sky is high and the emperor is far away, and my mother can't come. Without Wang Yi's consent, it is impossible for others to teleport to him. Even the elves can't invite others over. Currently, Wang Yi is the only Taobao user in Shifengji on Earth. He has pulled everyone around him, and he is the only one who has the right to pull people over. This is a good protection measure for Wanji Taobao. Otherwise, without the owner's consent, someone else would send it over and directly raise the store manager's ashes. Then wouldn't Taobao in all worlds be in chaos? Therefore, Wanji Taobao is very mature and requires the consent of the store manager in the area before the group can be transferred. There will be no inexplicable aliens who suddenly and inexplicably appear in front of Wang Yi. This can indeed be done. After regaining his composure, Wang Yi knew that making money was important. 3,000 bottles were sold, with 5,040 bottles left. Now go deliver the goods. If you shed tears and blood, you can earn tens of millions. Once the sales volume increases, it will be a real profit. Wang Yi stood up and was about to deliver the goods. An elf girl ran over and shouted, "Captain! That big bug has escaped." "Big bug? Are you talking about the deep-sea dragon? Why did you run away?" "That was my experience package, why did it run away?" "No." He immediately ran to the boat and jumped onto the watchtower. After glancing into the distance, the beast suddenly disappeared without knowing where it went. No reason. It is a single bone thing, how could it suddenly run away? Take another look. Wang Yi spotted dozens of ships in the distance. He took a closer look and saw that it was the boat of the Xingfu Community Committee. Firemen. At this time, Chen Yizhou was leading the crowd to surround the fishing group. I have to say that after arriving in the Pacific region, there are really many fish schools here. And now the rules have been changed, you have to kill them personally to get soul power. He is leading his men to hunt with bows, arrows and magic. The blood stained the surrounding seawater red, and they were rejoicing in harvesting soul power and food. Boom! A deep-sea dragon emerged from the sea and swallowed the fish floating on the sea. After killing the sea monster, the system will make the items float on the sea water. Only in this way can the drifters catch it. And all the fish they worked so hard to catch were swallowed by this deep-sea dragon. The deep-sea dragon swallowed a large amount of fish meat and soul power, and its combat power actually increased a lot. After eating the fish, it felt unsatisfied and started flipping its tail to overturn the entire iron boat. Devour humans. Start getting stronger. After eating hundreds of people, this dragon began to slowly grow dragon scales and evolve in the direction of the dragon. Wang Yi, who came from a distance, saw this scene and immediately had a bad feeling. If it continues to eat, wouldn't it evolve into a dragon? Look at the charging speed of your magic crystal cannon. Magic crystal cannon charging, 30%. Charging value, 29.7 million. Look at the deep-sea dragon in the distance. A voice suddenly sounded. Western Pacific Regional Warning. A deep-sea dragon is evolving in the direction of the dragon. The surrounding drifters are invited to join forces to kill it. If you leave it alone, it may evolve into a 7th-level deep-sea dragon. For a time, drifters across the entire Western Pacific region heard this sound. The man-eating dragon, after devouring a large number of drifters, absorbed the soul power of the drifters. Its soul power is soaring from 30 million to 10,000. 30.5 million, 31 million, 32 million. The more people it eats, the more souls it absorbs, and this deep-sea dragon begins to transform into dragon scales. Everyone around received the news and rushed to check the situation. When they saw the huge deep-sea dragon, everyone showed frightened eyes. That big. This head should quickly catch up with the big truck, my doctor. What came over was the Yanlong group, as well as Japanese and Han people. There are also castaways from other small nearby countries. Seeing how huge the deep-sea dragon was, everyone looked at each other. Everyone joined forces. Let's attack this dragon together. At this moment, a large ship flying the Yanlong flag came over. An old man with a Chinese character on his face said, "Everyone, I am Long Yutian, the chairman of Yanlong Group. I am the director of Yanlong Group, Su Qi." An old man and a handsome guy stood there, one on the left and one on the right. Long Yutian shouted through the loudspeaker, "With the current distribution system, the more output, the more soul power can be distributed. Everyone, how about we work together to kill this deep-sea dragon?" Hikawa Okasaka, who was holding a chrysanthemum flag, raised his hand. "I agree, no problem." The soul power system has now changed. It is no longer the case in the past that whoever kills will get it. But the more damage you deal, the more soul power you can get. Now the drifters are beginning to cooperate to fight these high-level monsters. Seeing that some people were still hesitating, Long Yutian explained, "Everyone. The Pacific is rich in fisheries, and we can get a lot of soul power and food. If we let this dragon evolve into a dragon, what consequences have you thought about?" Su Qi added fuel to the fire beside her. "If there is a 7th-level dragon, it can attack our fleet at any time." Hearing this, many people hesitated for a while and raised their hands. "I join." "I'll join in too." Long Yutian nodded. "Okay. While that dragon is eating people, let's work together to attack it." Just when everyone was getting ready to join forces to strangle this deep-sea dragon. Chat channel. Wang Yi. "Sorry everyone, this is my prey." "What?" Everyone glanced at the phone. Wang Yi. "Why is this guy here?" Long Yutian. "It turns out to be Mr. Wang Yi. I have admired your name for a long time, and I saw you when I watched Zhang San's live broadcast." Wang Yi. "Watching Zhang San's live broadcast, you should know that I have been following this deep-sea dragon for a long time, right? This is my prey." Long Yutian. "This, Su Qi. What a big sigh. Since it is your prey, why don't you kill it? Instead, let it run around." Long Yutian. "Director Su. Show some respect to Mr. Wang." Long Yutian felt that Wang Yi was very evil. "Don't offend if you can." This Su Qi was young and energetic, and she actually bumped into Wang Yi. He quickly tried to persuade her. "Su Qi. Sorry, if you don't kill the prey at sea first, we have the right to kill it. Wang Yi. Oh, so this friend is confident in killing this deep-sea dragon. You should do it. Su Qi. Do you really think I don't dare to fight? It's just a beast. Let's see how my fleet handles it. After saying that, Su Kai waved her hands 10 times. Prepare the ballistae. Prepare the artillery. Let me blast the magicians and archers. The ships led by Su Qi blasted all their magic towards the deep-sea dragon. Seeing this, the elf girl pointed angrily. Employer, he is stealing our prey. Aren't you anxious? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wang Yi raised the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, he's helping me. Help, what's the meaning? How could Wang Yi, who had fought against deep-sea dragons, not know this? And he wanted to see what level the current equipment of other drifters was. I saw countless attacks blasting towards the deep-sea dragon. All kinds of magic and crossbows flew away, so gorgeous that even if they couldn't hurt the deep-sea dragon, they could still knock off a layer of its scales, right? Long Yudian. Su Qi. You are impulsive. Long Yudian frowned. Su Qi, a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, actually snatched Wang Yi's dragon in front of him. 0. This boy from the Su family acted recklessly. As the chairman of the board of directors, Long Yudian has to be polite when seeing a person like Wang Yi. How dare he, a small director, snatch Wang Yi's sea beast? Of course, he saw Wang Yi's aggressive tactics. Wang Yi is taking advantage of Su Qi. Young people are really too impulsive and they are being taken advantage of by Wang Yi without knowing it. Seeing various attacks passing by, the deep-sea dragon immediately turned around and released water release. Roll up huge waves and block all kinds of attacks. Chewing the human corpse in his mouth, the deep-sea dragon looked at Su Qi with disdain on his face. The attack that Su Qi was proud of was blocked by the deep-sea dragon for a second. Wang Yi, who was watching the show next to him, smiled. At that time, he gathered all the strength of his body and struck out with 7 million combat power, which was easily blocked by the deep-sea dragon. They all attacked and beat them, and it was the same. It's almost better. Wang Yi glanced at the magic crystal cannon on the bow. It's time to open the eyes of other castaways. Charge. 40% value. 39.6 million. Put. Wang Yi waved his hand, and the entire cannon began to gather energy. Before the deep-sea dragon could react, boom, a beam of light erupted, and the head of the deep-sea dragon was cut off directly. The headless deep-sea dragon fell down with a roar, rolling up a 10-meter-long wave. Kill instantly with one shot. For a moment, everyone held their breath, looking at the beam of light that shot straight into the sky, diagonally cutting through the clouds on the horizon. The dark clouds were cut into a blue sky. Magic crystal cannon. An artifact for dealing with large sea beasts. Kill instantly with one shot. Global report. Wang Yi in Yangguo district used the magic crystal cannon to kill the evolving 6th order deep sea dragon. The danger was relieved and a mysterious map was awarded. Wang Yi has been in no hurry to take action because the magic crystal cannon needs to be recharged. Su Qi, who was arrogant and domineering just now, was blown away by the shock wave of the explosion. He sat down on the ground, his legs shaking. Long Yudian glanced at Su Qi and sighed, idiot. Even a world-famous drifter like Wang Yi dares to offend even a young kid from the Su family. When he saw the power of the magic crystal cannon again, Su Qi got scared. Was he afraid after knowing it? Long Yudian, who was experienced in dealing with people, secretly sighed. Luckily he and Wang Yi were polite. It's not yesterday anymore. Yesterday, they could indeed be arrogant. There are many people in the group, and everyone needs to hand over their soul power to support them. Like Long Yudian, as the chairman of Yanlong Group, he has more than 8 million combat power without having to do anything. It's all the contribution of my subordinates. But since the soul power distribution system was changed, he couldn't become stronger while lying down, he had to do it himself. Nowadays, big bosses like Wang Yi who like to act alone are no longer something they can despise. The world has changed. Long Yudian quickly sent his blessings. Long Yudian, congratulations to Mr. Wang Yi. Killing the deep-sea dragon with one blow must have increased your combat power by more than 10 million. Congratulations. Congratulations to Mr. Wang for reaching the 6th level of strength. Hikawa Okasaka. Congratulations. Congratulations Wang sang. Chen Yizhou, brother Wang Yi, thank you for your help. Wang Yi, no, I originally wanted to consume this beast slowly, but I didn't expect to fish next to it. The smell of blood attracted Hua. Chen Yizhou, I understand. But without brother Wang Yi taking action, we might have killed more people. Long Yudian looked at the transparent magic crystal cannon on Wang Yi's ship. He couldn't help but wonder, where did he get the materials to make the 6th level ship accessories? Wang Yi may have discovered some resources in the ocean of storms. He also unlocked the secret cave before. Others speculated that Wang Yi must have discovered the mine. Otherwise, no one would be able to get the 6th level magic crystal. Where did he get it? The only explanation is the mine. The other side. Wang Yi launched a fishing net, dragged away the entire body of the deep sea dragon, and put it into the space ring. You killed the deep sea dragon, boss level. Soul power you obtained, 11.55 million. Followers gain additional soul power, 5.775 million can only be allocated to followers. If you kill ordinary sea beasts, you can only get 1/3 of the soul power. And every time this elite sea beast is killed, the system will allocate an additional 1/6 of the soul power. It seems that this has not changed. Wang Yi raised the corner of his mouth. He did not hesitate to allocate this extra soul power to the elf girl. After all, he couldn't absorb these soul powers. And the only person he has a good relationship with is an elf girl from another world. If you don't give it to her, who should you give it to? Combat power increase, 18.703 million. Your follower Sophia's combat power increases, 6.215 million. Global news. Wang Yi replaced Su Qi as the number 1 on the ladder list, and Su Qi of the world's number 1 drifter Yanlong group dropped 1 spot. Killing the deep sea dragon, Wang Yi was originally ranked outside the 100 or so, and could not be seen. Suddenly jumped to the first place on the ladder list. Without the guild's soul power distribution, how could these people win over him? The days when they could just lie down and get stronger are over. Looking at his phone, Wang Yi felt so happy when his name suddenly appeared at the top of the global ladder list. This wave of system reform has abolished the unreasonable system in the past. These people who had grown stronger while lying down were finally surpassed by him. But he was curious, are there any benefits for being number 1 on the ladder? Number 1 on the ladder list. Special attribute, the Chosen One. Chosen One. Your luck will get better, you will encounter all kinds of rare treasures, and discover rare sea beasts that others have never encountered. Oh ho. For a long time, Wang Yi felt suppressed by people from these guild groups, and now he feels much smoother. Now it's time to rely on personal strength, who else can compete with him? Long Yudian on the next boat glanced at Su Qi. See, your brother has been surpassed by him. Don't be arrogant just because your brother was once the number 1 in the world. Long Yudian was actually helpless. He is nominally the chairman of the Yanlong group, but not everyone else in the group listens to him. The Su family is very powerful and has a large number of people. Their group is equivalent to an alliance, uniting all the major family forces in the country. In the past, the Su family tried its best to train Su Qi and let him reach the top of the ladder list. This Su Qi is Su Qi's younger brother. He is usually too arrogant because of his older brother. It's good now. Witnessed it with my own eyes, it belongs to me. Number 1 on the global ladder list, a new boss was born right in front of them. His eyes returned to Wang Yi. He felt the soul power pouring into his body continuously, it felt so good. The strength is expanding and the body is getting stronger. Employer. The elf girl's voice interrupted Wang Yi's thoughts. She lowered her head and said coyly, Employer, I want to ask you something, please. She had tears in her eyes and a pleading look on her face. What's wrong with this elf girl? He couldn't stand Sophia's expression. She felt a little embarrassed and asked in a low voice, Can you help me strengthen this storm bow to +5? Is this the requirement? How difficult is this? I have killed 6 sea snakes before and have 6 5th level beast pills. It is no problem to use them to strengthen them. It's easy. After killing the deep sea shark and verifying the power of the magic crystal cannon, Wang Yi was in a good mood. The magic crystal cannon is heavy, so it will definitely be difficult to hit someone. But if anyone wants to compete with Wang Yi, As soon as its magic crystal cannon fired, the ship on the opposite side was gone. And now that he has money, he can definitely make a few more magic crystal cannons. There is also the upgrade of the hull. Now that I have more than 9 million gold coins in hand, the top priority is to upgrade the hull to make my home on the sea stronger and more usable. Pick up the hammer and knock the 5th level beast elixir into the storm bow. Legendary storm bow plus 5 success. Attributes. The power of arrows is increased by 150%, and the release speed is increased by 150%. Done. When handing the bow to the elf girl, she hesitated and asked, "Employer, I want to take leave and go home, my mother." "How long?" 0.30 minutes, okay. Hearing this, Wang Yi squinted his eyes and looked at her. "You didn't go back to meet people, you went back to fight." "Employer, I will shoot from a safe place from a distance, and then. The elf girl wanted to explain something, so Wang Yi took out 10 bottles of potion and handed it to her. Quick victory. Knowing that the elf girl's hometown is being invaded, she was restless all day, looking at her phone and paying attention to the situation in her hometown. And Wang Yi also knows the fighting style of elf girls. She won't take risks, but will shoot from beyond range. Ask her to go back and help resolve the battle. By the way, remember to start the live broadcast. I want to confirm your safety. When she heard this, Sophia's face turned red. She felt a warm current rush into her heart. These 10 bottles of recovery potion are worth 20,000 gold coins. Even if she sells herself now, she doesn't know how to thank her employer. The employer cares about her so much. Even at this moment, she wanted to rush over and hug Wang Yi. But there were other elves watching around, and she was a little embarrassed. Just watch her open the portal and use Wanji Taobao to start a live broadcast to Wang Yi. And for Wang Yi, this little money is nothing. There should be many 5th level bones in the bone cave. He would go to the bone cave to take a look later. She didn't say anything about the elf girl, but she could feel that she was becoming more and more dependent on her. Hey, give her a little favor and she will treat her heart and soul. That goes without saying, this kind of girl must be cherished. What's more, she is an elf girl, tisk tisk tisk, Wang Yi likes her scent the most. Look at the phone. The elf girl is live streaming. She returned to her hometown that was baptized by war. Employer, let me shoot an arrow and be right back. At this time, we are in Platinum Village in the elf forest. Human armies were stationed here, cutting down elven trees to build wooden fortresses. The elf trees that cultivated elves were cut down by these human invaders, which made Sophia's heart bleed. After the human army invades, dig the roots underground again. The root of the elf tree is an important material that can be used to create magic wands. These invaders burned down their homes in order to dig up tree roots. His eyes turned to the other side. The patriarch of the elf platinum family and Sophia's mother. He is leading a group of elves and hiding in a cave. Leah clenched her fists, her heart bleeding. Those human invaders are digging up the roots of our elf tree. And they are digging the roots of our sacred tree again. The roots of the elf sacred tree are spread throughout the elf forest. The holy tree is where the elves were born. That's right, elves don't need to get married. They will put their embryos into the sacred tree to cultivate the next generation. Every elf is born from the sacred tree. Wherever the roots of the sacred tree pass, smaller sacred trees will grow. The Platinum clan was born from a small branch of the Platinum holy tree. Nowadays, human invaders are digging out the roots of the sacred tree, and they are digging out their hearts. But the fighting is all over the world. The Elf King city was also surrounded, and there was no way to support their small village. They fight against the human invaders on their own. These beasts, they are digging up the roots of our sacred tree. For humans, that is the best staff material. The elven elder sisters clenched their fists, and their chests heaved violently with anger. The holy tree is their mother, and these humans are poaching the flesh of their holy tree mother. However, after many days of fighting, they were exhausted. While having to avoid being hunted by humans, there is no chance to rest at all. No, they are too tired. He glanced at the remaining gold coins in his hand. Leah picked up the phone. Leah, small seller, how much does it cost for more than 200 of us to go to your place to rest for a few days? Warm-hearted little seller, are you coming? Leah, Yes, we have been fighting for several days and are exhausted and unable to fight anymore. Wait for you to rest for a few days, and then come back to take back our village. Heartwarming little seller. Well, don't use. Leah. Why are you unwilling to take us in? The elf's sister looked shocked. The little seller was very talkative a few days ago. Why aren't they allowed to rest at this critical moment? Why? Heartwarming little seller. Well, the battle should be over soon. What? When Leah looked confused and didn't know what the little seller was talking about. Boom. There was a loud noise in the distance. The fortress occupied by humans suddenly experienced a horrific explosion. The elves came out of the cave and looked blankly at the flattened hill fortress in the distance. What the hell happened? Could it be that the warm-hearted little seller came over to help them kill the intruder with one blow? Leah, the elf elder sister, covered her heart, unable to calm down for a long time. Why should small sellers help them? This person is too kind to her. Obviously Leah doesn't know the situation yet, and she doesn't know that her daughter Sophia is with Wang Yi. In her opinion, the manager of Wanji Taobao store was a little too kind to her. Could it be that he saw the selfie in her profile picture and fell in love with her mature elf sister? Thinking of this, Leah had a strange feeling in her heart about the heartwarming little seller. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.